Councillors, firstly, welcome, and can I also welcome those watching online and the staff and members of the public who are here today. This, of course, is the December meeting of the Toowoomba Regional Council, and what a year it's been. In closing this meeting later on this afternoon, I'll certainly review in part some of the year and what a challenging year it's been. But I want to thank each and every one of you, my colleagues, for working together to make sure that we've come through this year, and we are certainly looking toward 2021 being rather different to this year, hopefully. I'll begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today. The Western Waka Waka, the Guybil, the Jarrawa and the Bigambul peoples, and can I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, the rich traditions and the bold ambitions of Australia's first people. We move then to item 2, attendance including apologies, leave of absence, granting leave of absence and declaration of conflicts of interest. There are obviously no apologies. Anyone wishing to seek Council's permission for leave of absence sometime in the future? If not, we'll move on then to declaration and conflict of interest. First of all, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I concur about. I hope the door doesn't hit 2020 on the way out. It's been a shocking year, hasn't it? So, could you, when we get to the Economic Development Committee report, item 4, could I request that item 4 be dealt with separately? At the Economic Development Committee of Council held in July 2020, I declared a conflict of interest when Council was determining a response to a request for continued funding for Toowoomba and Surat Basin Enterprises Proprietary Limited. The nature of the interest was that I have a personal friendship with the CEO of TSB, and I dealt with the declared conflict of interest by leaving the meetings while the matter was discussed and voted on. Council made the following decision at the July meeting. 1, that Council commit to a new funding deed with the TSB for a 3-year term commencing 1 July 2021, providing $474,290.93 in the first year with a CPI, all groups, Brisbane adjustment each following year. 2, that Council adopt a proposed funding deed and associated 2021 to 2023 TSB key performance indicators at a future Council meeting. However, I wish to advise Council that when this item was subsequently considered at the Economic Development Committee on Wednesday the 9th of December 2020, I failed to declare that I had a declarable interest in the matter. Upon the conclusion of that committee meeting, I realised my error and immediately advised the Chief Executive of my error and that I may have breached the requirements of the Local Government Act 2009 by failing to make a declaration of a declarable conflict of interest when the matter was considered. I wish to formally apologise to Council for my error in failing to make a declaration of a declarable conflict of interest when item 4 was considered at the Economic Development Committee on Wednesday, 9 December 2020. I have also referred this matter to the Office of the Independent Assessor. I would now like to inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter, as defined in Section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. This declarable conflict of interest arises because a person who is a related party of mine has an interest in the matter. The particulars are: the name of the related party is Ali Davenport. The nature of my relationship with the related party is that she is a personal friend. The nature of the related party's interest in this matter are that she is the Chief Executive of TSB. I propose to leave and stay away from the meeting from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thanks very much Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, and thanks for your frankness in respect to that matter. I'm rather challenged at times by what is a personal friendship. I think each and every one of us in this room know Ali well, and I certainly work with her on many occasions, and I believe that I don't have a declarable interest, but she's a very competent lady, and I no doubt you treasure your friendship with her. The matter, ladies and gentlemen, now relates to a motion it's before you there that Council note that Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan acknowledged that she has failed to declare a declarable conflict of interest on item 4 of the Economic Development Committee meeting on Wednesday, the 9th of December 2020. As a related party, Ali Davenport is a personal friend, and the nature of the related party's interest in this matter is that she is the Chief Executive Officer of the Toowoomba and Surat Basin Enterprise Proprietary Limited. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan has apologised for this omission, and she's requested, there is a request in the motion that Council accept Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan's apology. Do I have a mover, please? Or, first of all, is there any discussion? Any questions for Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan? If not, do I have a mover? Councillor Von Hoff, a second to Councillor McDonald. Any questions? Is there a need for debate? If there's not, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? It's carried without dissent. Thanks very much, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. We move then to Councillor Carroll-Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I wish to inform Council that I would like to have item 10 withdrawn in the Planning and Development Committee for the 8th of December 2020. I inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter as defined in section 150 EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. This declarable conflict of interest arises because I own CNR boarding kennels and cattery, and one of the activities of the RSPCA with volunteers is boarding kennels. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is held while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thanks very much, Councillor Taylor. There's no need for further action on that. Councillor Carl, you wish to declare?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Upon advice, seeking advice from the CEO this morning, I wish my circumstances have changed from committee last week. Item 3 of the Infrastructure Services Group, the Highfields. Hang on, I'll get there. No. Yeah. Central Highfields direction for design of the Highfields Kratzky O'Brien Roads intersection and related road links. I wish to inform the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter as defined in section 150 EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest as follows. This declarable conflict of interest arises because a person who is a related party of mine has an interest in this matter. The particulars are the name of the related party, Kim Carl, nature of my relationship with the related party, she is my wife, the nature of the related party's interests in the matter are Kim Carl's business contracts services to a tenant of the Highfields Village Shopping Centre. Highfields Village Shopping Centre is in close proximity to the roundabout. This change in circumstances came to my attention late Friday afternoon, evening. She informed me when we got home from an event on the Friday evening of last week after the committees. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 150 ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I, 1, may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, 2, must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter, or 3, may participate in the decision about the matter subject to conditions.
Thanks very much, Councillor Carl. Are there any questions for Councillor Carl in respect to this matter? Right. Anyone from Council wish to make put forward any? There'll be a resolution needed in respect to what Councillor Carl can or can't do in respect to.
Can I just ask a question, please?
Thank you.
Sorry, my brain's been spinning trying to work out what I should. Councillor Bill, how much are you engaged in your wife's private business?
Not at all. In fact, I don't even know the full extent of what she does around her social media marketing. Definitely not involved. And to be frightfully honest, I struggle to put a post up on Facebook myself. So that's probably a bit frank and honest, but anyway.
Okay, question from Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Bill, can I ask through the Mayor, you only found out a bit about this, you only realised this on Friday?
Yes,
Yes.
We were at an event, got home, Kim informed me that she is contracting to a tenant in the shopping village, and that was as of Friday.
Oh, so there's no retrospective, it's
No,
just
no.
for this meeting, actually.
Yep, that as of Friday. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor
Any
Cole.
further questions? Not Councillor Carl, do you see any reason why you would personally gain in these circumstances?
No, not in relation to public infrastructure, whether it's Kim, myself, the tenant, the shopping centre, public infrastructure and roads will benefit not only the Highfields community but other communities that attend the Highfields Centre for whatever business or things they do, or even commute through Highfields using a road. So I don't, open to councillors' discretion.
So do you have a preferred option for you personally? Do you see any reason why you ought to be out of the room?
As stated, Chair, given the nature of the works and its public infrastructure that people will generally equally benefit from, I don't see any real need for me. But as I said, open to the councillors will ultimately vote. So.
Thank you. Councillors, it's in your hands. Councillor McDonald.
Just a question. Thank you. Through you, Mr Chair, through to Councillor Carl. Councillor Carl, you mentioned the business was in the shopping village, so it's not on the particular roadway adjacent to the roundabout. It's actually in the village.
Yes, it's part of the village complex.
Yeah, well, that being the case, I really, it's a pretty long bow to suggest that there is some sort of a material conflict of interest, declarable maybe, and that being the case, I don't think it's worthy of removing someone from the room for discussion and voting on. So I'm happy to move that Councillor Carl stay in the room for voting on the matter, because the closeness of the relationship, albeit marital, the closeness of that relationship to the business and therefore this public infrastructure would be no greater gain or loss to any other business that's in that vicinity or in fact the community.
Moved by Councillor McDonald. Is there a seconder in the room?
Thank you.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Anybody wishing to debate the matter? If not, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? That's carried without dissent. So you'll... Yep. Okay. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to inform the meeting that I may have a declarable conflict under Section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The possible declarable conflict relates to item 12 in today's meeting concerning the use of funds from the LGIP reserve for trunk stormwater upgrades. The location of these works is at Highlands Christian College. I wish to inform the meeting that I was an employee for around 11 years at Highlands immediately before beginning as a councillor in March this year. There was some overlap in employment contracts, and as a result, Highlands Christian College was put on my register of interests as a source of income over $500. Presently, I am not employed in any capacity at Highlands, and that has been reflected and updated in my register of interests. I do not believe I have a declarable conflict. However, I would like to put it to my colleagues whether they think I can still participate in the meeting by voting on this matter. I take note of the long association as an employee that ended this year, and I also take note that the Act provides that declarable conflicts include interests where a reasonable person may think I have a conflict. So I'd put it to my colleagues of whether I would be allowed to stay or whether that's a declarable conflict. Thank you.
Councillors, are there any questions for Councillor McMahon? Councillor Von Hoff?
Thanks, Mr Chair. Through you to Councillor McMahon. Councillor McMahon, how would you describe your ongoing relationship with HCC?
I don't work there.
Do you have a close personal relationship with the college?
Gosh, all of them are colleagues for the last 11 years, so I would assume that the principal and the chairman are people that I know very well, being they were my boss, and keep in touch with all of them regularly. If that can be of service to answering the question.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Councillor, do you think that you can vote with impartiality?
I think I can, to the best of my ability, concerning trunk water, stormwater upgrades. But if council thinks that the bow is a bit tenuous here, I'm happy to leave the meeting.
Any further questions for Councillor McMahon?
Could I suggest,
McDonald?
Mr Chair, through you, that councillors and Councillor McMahon make a determination that can be changed through the course of understanding more fully the impacts of the item when we get to it. I think to leave an opportunity for Councillor McMahon to make a decision given the fact that this is an ordinary meeting, we've only just got this item over the last few days, just to understand the item more fully would certainly assist me in making a determination, but at this stage I see no reason why Councillor McMahon can't stay in the room.
Well, I'm very challenged to know just what I think the impact is negligible, personally. I think it reflects on the character of Councillor McMahon that he's brought this matter forward to clarify it. Any other questions for Councillor McMahon? Councillor Von Hoff?
Thanks, Mr Chair. Through you again. Councillor McMahon, one of the interested parties is also a Mr Ken Wooten. You've got the Christian College and then Ken. How would you describe your relationship with Mr Wooten?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Chairman of the board and had a bit to do with him in that respect. I note that attendance at a religious institution, which would be where I know him best from, is listed under the what is declarable conflict as specifically not. Mm-hmm. I don't know if I'd say he's a friend, but I'd say he's a close acquaintance.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, councillors, in your hands. We've probably reached the stage where, unless there are further questions to be asked, Councillor Shine.
Yeah, thank you. I just, during your time at the school, were you at any stage a part of the management or not so much the board of directors, or if you were, but the management of the school where issues of this nature might have come up?
Possibly. I was kind of not in the running of the school, but not a teacher as well, or somewhere in the middle. I didn't have too much to do with these decisions about stormwater and you know, there was previous issues when masters etc. was out. I didn't have anything to do with those kind of management issues, considering I was an employee.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Carl?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Tim. Councillor Tim, do you feel as though there would be an expectation from members of the college community, college and church community, on you as far as the way you viewed or determined matters relating to this in the future?
That's a great question, Councillor Carl, and I suppose you're right. Having a long association with that campus, I would say that members of that would have an expectation on me how I vote. Yes. The main reason I raise it is because of what would be considered a reasonable person may think that I would vote a certain way, regardless of how I would, noting that perceived is almost as dangerous as declarable in a lot of ways.
Councillor Summerfield, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. So, Councillor Tim, you mentioned earlier that you still have a close relationship with your colleagues from the school. Could you give us some idea when you last spoke to them, and have you spoken to them about this particular issue?
So I haven't been back to the school much. They did get me to judge a student event 2 weeks ago, which I didn't speak about this. I have, Ken Wooten has mentioned this to me on a few occasions anecdotally, saying it will come before council, but I don't think I've entered into discussions or reasons with him. So it has been mentioned to me, yes.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Do we have any potential motion coming to the floor? In the absence of... sorry, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor McMahon, your conviction to the questions and the way you're answering makes me wonder whether you yourself may like to determine your position in the room when we get to discuss and vote on the matter.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor McDonald. The questions were certainly more than I expected, but I'm happy to leave it to the item and declare if I need to then. Thanks.
Yeah, that's exactly how I'm feeling, Councillor McMahon. I think the decision could well be in your hands. Councillor Carroll?
Mr Mayor, I hesitate to say this, but if it were me, I'd be leaving the room, and I actually do believe that Councillor Tim should leave the room. That's my conviction.
Okay. Well, would a motion from the floor be appropriate that Councillor McMahon be left in his hands, or do we, Mr CEO, how do we do this?
I think council is obliged to make a decision one way or the other in relation to this matter. It's in the hands of the council to determine whether, by setting it, they set the standards within the chamber. And I think, based on the consideration of all the circumstances, council is obliged to determine whether the councillor is obliged to leave or can stay with conditions. So I think they're the choices, and there should be a motion coming at this point of the meeting. There was a previous example, I think, where there's a motion made to allow a councillor to stay in a meeting, and the subsequent information during the discussions in relation to that, the councillor had some further information that then they decided that they did actually have a conflict and left the meeting, and that would still be open at any time as well.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
That being the case, I'd like to move that Councillor McMahon does have a conflict, and the reasons being the long-standing nature of his employment at the Highlands College, and that he not participate in the vote.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan has moved. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Carol Taylor. I think, from my personal point of view, Councillor McMahon, it's about risk, and I think my personal view is that it's a good idea if you got out of the room, then there can be absolutely no stones thrown at you. Anybody else wishing to make a comment? If not, I'll put that motion. Those in favour? Motion is carried.
Is that unanimous?
Yeah, unanimous. Councillor McMahon, of course.
I may need another one, Chair, if I may.
You're going to do it again. Righto,
Yep.
Where you go.
Thanks, meeting. Thanks, Chair. Similarly to Councillor Carl, in item 3 in the Planning and Development Committee concerning the Highfields Master Plan. Now, I didn't declare this in the committee meeting, noting that when we had brought this up in an information setting, I did declare it, and it was fine, but I notice I've never done it in a public setting, and whether or not I'm going to have to ring the OIA and ask them. But I don't think there's a conflict. But in the Highfields Centre master plan. My brother is an adjoining landowner, not in the area affected by the Highfields master plan centre, but next door too. And whether I need to ring the OIA is another story, but just for today, for the ordinary meeting, for item 3, I'd just like the councillors to determine if I can stay in the meeting and if I've erred in the committee meeting, and if I need to declare anything concerning my brother being an adjoining landowner in the Highfields master plan.
Any questions? Councillor Von Hoff and then Councillor Carl.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Through you, I just remember these conversations that we did have, and I determined that Councillor McMahon's gain or loss was not sufficient to warrant his exclusion from the meeting. So after questions, I'm happy to move that he stays in the meeting.
I'm happy to second.
Councillor Von Hoff has moved that Councillor McMahon stay in the meeting. Councillor Carol Taylor has seconded that. Are there any other brief comments or questions for Councillor McMahon? If not, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Motion is carried without dissent.
Thank you.
Anything else anyone wishes to declare? We move then to item 3, the confirmation of the minutes. Item 3.1, the ordinary meeting of council held on the 17th of November 2020 when all councillors were present. Would someone like to move those minutes be a true and a proper record? Councillor O'Shea and Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Any questions? Those in favour? Carried. Item 3.2, the special meeting of council held on the 2nd of December 2020. All present, so anyone can move or second that. Do I have a mover? Councillor Melissa Taylor, Councillor Kerry Shine. Any questions? No questions. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? The motion is carried. Is there any business arising from the minutes that you wish to discuss at this point in time? No business arising. We'll move on to item 5, which is the presentation of petitions. Are there any petitions today? No petitions. We move then to item 6, which is business for which the Mayor wishes to have considered at this meeting without notice, e.g. a mayoral minute. That's not happening today. Would someone please tell our federal member Garth Hamilton to, it's his time to speak, please. He should be just outside. He's gone. Huh? Ladies and gentlemen, I thought it very appropriate that the recently elected member for Groom, in the federal electorate of Groom, has an opportunity of saying a few words to us today. I've known Garth for quite some time, and he won a very challenging pre-selection process. He has worked very strongly for his political party. He's an engineer with quite a bit of experience, and already we're working very closely together on the issues that face the Toowoomba Regional Council and the broader region. So Garth, welcome, and firstly congratulations on behalf of the community. We'd like to hear a little bit about you and how you see the future of your electorate. Thanks very much, Garth.
Certainly. Thanks for having me here. Some people I know very well, others I'm looking forward to getting to know quite well. Good to see you, Kerry. Look, very quickly about me, my wife was a Toowoomba girl. That's what brought me here in 2016. Kids come to a certain age, you want to settle down somewhere good. And I think, like the demographic shifts in Toowoomba show, a lot of people feel the same way. Toowoomba's a great place. It's a great place to raise kids. It's a great place to settle down. I've now brought my elderly parents here because it's got fantastic health facilities. I think we should be very proud, and I think you, as council, carry a lot of responsibility for that. This is a wonderful, wonderful place. I want to share with you very quickly a takeaway from the recent by-election. To some of you this will seem very intuitive, but it's based not just on anecdote but on some research I'm happy to share. And that is that the word growth is viewed very positively amongst the people of Groom. That may seem intuitive, but if you take that same word and put it in Sydney, put it in Melbourne, put it in parts of Brisbane, it's a very negative word. It's a very negative word. But here, growth is good. People see it favourably. Now, opinions and polling should never shape your decision making, but it should inform it. And for those of you who, like me, share the view that Toowoomba is a growing place, Groom is a growing place, I think there's an expectation in the public that we will deliver on that. Now, we have some very well-established vehicles for driving growth through federal funding. Some of you will be very well familiar with these. For example, the Black Spot program, the Bridges Renewal program, the Heavy Vehicle Safety and Productivity Fund. All of these are captured under $110 billion of infrastructure funding on transport that we are, as a federal government, committed to spend in the next 10 years. And what I want to make clear today is that I very much see my role as working with you, the service providers, the people who touch the community the most, to making sure that Groom gets what it needs and that Groom is able to grow in the way that best reflects the needs of the people of Groom. These are very well established programs. These are things that we can work on now. But beyond that, there are other issues, and I've spoken on my views on water security. And I want to be very clear with you. When I talk about water security, it's not just, I'm not just talking about new dams, although I expect increased storage to be part of that conversation. I want to talk about efficiency of usage, how we use it, why we're using it, what's the purpose, what is the growth that we're driving. And I want those to be informed decisions, and I want to work with you on that. And my experience in water infrastructure has always been that when we plan, we work together, and we know where we want to go, we have a great chance of getting there. So this is a conversation not just about how much water we want, where we want it, it's what we want to pay for it, and what that's going to do to our economy. I certainly have seen situations where cities have got a lot of water available, but they've priced it out of the market and damaged themselves as a consequence. So there are failings out there that we can learn from, and we can learn from together. I've had some conversations already, some informally, some otherwise, with you, Mayor, with some other councillors. I want to have a broader conversation with you as we work together on what that looks like. I don't think it should be as any surprise to you that my view is that we're a city on a hill. Water's always going to be important. It has been important for a long time up here, and it's going to be important. I want us to focus on making sure that we are using that resource in the most efficient and the wisest manner that we can. I look forward to working with you on that. But to be very clear as well, this is something a little bit different. This is something a little bit different in terms of federal funding for a council. And this is going to take a little bit of work. This isn't something we can just tick a box. There isn't a form ready place for this. This is something we're going to have to work very, very closely with the Minister for Infrastructure, the Deputy Prime Minister, and I've already had some conversations with both him and his staff on this. We have to work with the PMO. We're going to have to work, well, I'm very glad and lucky to be able to work with what we call Team Queensland on finding this a place for this priority of mine within what we see as future works. The best outcome here is us working very closely together on this and a number of other issues that I'm looking forward to have come from you. And I have read your wish list, and I want to work with you on that. But if I can leave you with the point that growth is good in the eyes of the people. I think it's an expectation of the people of Groom that we do grow. And it's our responsibility to ensure that we do that sufficiently, and we do that with the wisest use of resources we have available. So thank you very much for having me. I look forward to a long ongoing relationship with you, should I be so lucky be the case. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Garth. Garth, I would just like to put on the table my views, and I certainly annoyed your predecessor quite a bit in respect to it, and that is the position of local government generally, particularly the fact that we're not recognised in the Constitution. Secondly, we as the community builders, in my view, are underfunded. We have in the order of 30% of the national infrastructure, we get 3% of the money. I know there are other factors involved in that as well. But when we do our budget year by year by year, there is essential infrastructure that we cannot fund, and I would suspect that a greater and a better relationship with the federal government and the state government would make a profound difference to what local government can in fact deliver. So I'd like you to take that on board. You'll hear it out of me time and time again, but I would hope that we can work together to get pools of funding. I'm concerned that, of course, that some of the state government funding is quite competitive, whereas in my earlier time in local government we knew if we upgraded a sewage treatment plant or something of that nature, 40% would always flow our way. So there's certainly some things that we need to do, and I cannot think of any other way, a better word to describe where we are in local government and how we feel than the use of the word respect and understanding of what in fact local government does. In saying that, I would suggest that some of the smaller local governments with lower rate bases are certainly got a bleaker future than we have here. So I'd hope that you can take that on board and keep talking about that from time to time.
I think I'd be disappointed if I came to a council meeting and wasn't asked for more funding.
You picked it up early. Councillor Carl and then Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Thank you, Garth, for coming and addressing us this morning. It's refreshing to hear you talk about water security, but more importantly, a balanced view of where to next. And you said it's not just about storage, that's part of the scope, but it's about how we use it. And I no doubt you may be aware, and you'll continue to become more aware of ageing infrastructure and the legacy that we have in this state, and not only this state but nationally, around ageing infrastructure and the need and the capability, or in my personal view, the lack of capability that local government has, given the considerable amount of network in the ground. And I believe that we do have some low-hanging fruit in scrutinising how we use water, how we get the most efficiency, and of course that will come with network renewal and upgrade and all those sorts of things. Huge costs overhead around raising dam walls and all those sorts of things. So it is really refreshing to hear you talk about that, and if I can speak personally, may I implore you, as a person who sat around the portfolio last term and have been around this table for quite some time, that there are some brilliant linkages and networks within the state in professional and technical staff that have experience both in the council here and to the east of us in water authorities that know their stuff, and they've been before us in some of these challenges. And they also can make you aware of some of the pitfalls. So it's really good to hear you talk about that, Garth, because I think there are some measures in which we can take that are low-hanging fruit that can extend water security for us in a more efficient manner of investment, capital investment. Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Carl.
Look, there's two parts here. One, one of the, I guess, the background experiences that I'd like to bring to this role is I believe very strongly in leading with your strengths. And those connections you're talking about, I've no intention of reinventing the wheel. There are strengths there. There are ideas there, and I think it's the role to work those through and use those. In general, a comment I would make is, and you're right, maintaining and upgrading existing infrastructure suffers from the problem of not being sexy. And pipes are a consistent issue. The joke is that it's very difficult to put a plaque on a pipe that runs underground, so people don't like to fund it. But they're so crucial. How we use the water is absolutely important. And I think, without straying too far into a different conversation, I think it's our responsibility as representatives of Graham to ensure that every resource we're using in the wisest manner.
Thanks, Garth. Councillor Carroll and Councillor Kerry.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and lovely to meet you, Garth. I don't believe we've met before, and thank you very much for talking to us this morning. We have many great federal programs, and indeed the Bridges to Renewal. My colleague, Councillor Melissa Taylor, and our General Manager were out yesterday checking on the progress of the Toowoomba Bridge, which has got many innovations in it and will be a wonderful asset for that community out there. I don't believe they've had a bridge out there for some 10 years. They've had a sidetrack. So it'll be a great step forward out there. My concern, though, around road safety, we have strategies in federal and Queensland governments where the goal is 0 deaths, and the Deputy Prime Minister is very strongly standing up for road safety, but local government has over 86% of all roads in Australia, with limited funding, as the Mayor has mentioned, and there's conflict. There's conflict with engineering of those roads and the safety of those roads. The heavies, they're getting bigger, safer, but bigger, and in many areas they're on a single lane road with school buses and small vehicles. And I'd just like you to take that back to Canberra, I guess, that, we're getting, I think the shortfall federally is around some $8 billion or something Australia-wide. So I think it comes back to what the Mayor has mentioned, in that local government is very much underfunded. And I would like to say here that our community deserves the best and doesn't really care whether it's a state road, a federal road or a local government road. And road safety, one death is too many, and I think we should all be working together much more closely to make sure that we achieve that 0 death outcome. So I think a lot of that is to do with personal behaviour, of course, but the engineering and the state of some of our roads is really questionable, and we're doing the best we can in local government, but there is a huge shortfall and we need some help. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll.
Look, I guess I appreciate and I expect, as I said, local government should be asking for more money. But I want to be very clear, there's a record amount of investment for transport infrastructure has been announced. $110 billion. We've upped that by $10 billion this year, okay, for federal funding. One of the specific means, and this is a program that goes back, I think, to 2007, happy to be fact-checked on that, is the Black Spot program, which is there to deal specifically with road safety. Okay? And it's a project that has delivered in this region. Okay? There are Black Spot projects that have been delivered here. Now, it should always be at the front of our mind, and I'm glad that it is a concern. But I want to be very clear. We have record investment coming through. $110 billion of transport infrastructure will be delivered in the next 10 years. The bulk of that will be going through programs that are well established and to deal with exactly the issues you're discussing. What I think is most important is that we work as closely together as possible to ensure that where we identify opportunities for that investment to come into our patch, we fight hard for them. And I would say Groom is one of these areas where, if we look at the funding mechanisms for councils, and this is just a personal view, there is some argument. We have a large agricultural industry that relies upon quality roads. That agricultural industry drives so much other industry, not just outside of Toowoomba, but in Toowoomba. Every accountant, every engineer, manufacturing industry that comes off the back of these are absolutely linked to that. So the quality of these roads is crucial to our economic growth. And if we go back to my line of growth being good, then I think that we need to account for the road network that we're providing.
Thanks, Garth. Councillor Shine, and we might make that just about the last question if we can, given the time.
Just very briefly, Mayor, if I might congratulate you, Garth, on your win. I was very pleased that you put water and the cost of water, I think, as a top priority in your remarks to us today. Councillors were very much under pressure in the last election and no doubt preceding elections with respect to the cost of water connection and water supply in Toowoomba. And if you recall into the future that what people pay for water is of paramount importance to them, I think you will be rewarded. You're a tall man, no doubt, big feet, and you certainly have big shoes to fill. If you look back in my lifetime and the Mayor's lifetime, and perhaps others, we had a Deputy Prime Minister and Artie Fadden as a former member. We had Red Swartz for a long time, the McVeighs, Ian McFarlane, and Melissa's relative Bill Taylor, and I think I've left one out there in that, possibly not. So they are big shoes to fill. I'm sure you're very capable of doing it. I do hope that your time in federal parliament is as happy and rewarding and as fulfilling as mine was in state parliament.
Thank you, Kerry.
And I can tell you from personal experience that if it isn't, then local government's not a bad place to be either.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. Unless you want to make a definite comment on that in reply to a former state parliamentarian and Attorney General.
Absolutely. Now, if I can, I can't speak for my predecessors, but my intention is very much, and always has been, to build something of a team around me of very good people. And Kerry, Councillor Shine, sorry, looking forward to benefiting as much as possible from your experience. One of the great things about the role that I'm in is the expectation is to do good. I think that's something that we share. The expectation on us is to do good for our communities. That's a pretty wonderful thing. If you don't mind, I need to leave it there.
Yep.
But thank you very much, everybody.
No, look, thank you very much. And we look, I think, collectively here, it's important the relationship that between us is built and built to be a clearly understood relationship. We will be constantly looking for more money. You realise that. I think the very first statement you made that very clear, but we'll certainly be doing what we can to build this community, and we see you as our partner.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Thanks very much, guys. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's been a interesting start to the meeting with all the various things we've discussed so far. We move now to item 8, the reception and consideration of committee reports. Item 8.1 is the Planning and Development Committee report. Anybody wishing to take any matters out of planning report? Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Item 11, I'd like to take.
Item 11. Any other matters? Councillor Summerfield.
Item 14, please.
Item 14. Any other matters?
Mr Mayor? Mr Mayor?
Sorry?
Yeah, 10, but I'm assuming it's already out because of Councillor Taylor's declaration, but if not, 10.
Yep. Councillor Taylor, yeah, that's just because of the declaration. Any other matters?
Item
Councillor
8.
McMahon.
Item 8.
Item 8. So, we move then to the first motion. Will be all items except items 8, 10, 11 and 14. Do I have a mover? Councillor Carl has moved. Councillor Carol Taylor has seconded that? I think you did you?
I probably, yeah, that's fine,
Councillor
Mr.
Megan.
Mayor.
You're quite happy
Councillor
to
Megan, I
refer
think,
it to Councillor
seconded.
Megan. Sorry,
Yeah, thank
Councillor
you.
Megan. I saw a movement of an arm over there and I took it
Yeah, I
as
did move my hand, sorry. I was anticipating the all in favour, sorry.
Okay. Any questions in respect to the motion? I'll put the motion and it's in respect to all items except item 8, item 11, item 10 and item 14. Those in favour? Carried without dissent. We'll move then to item 8.
Thank you, Chair. I've withdrawn this. As we know, I proposed a motion that we should include religious institutions and schools in the development waiver of 100% to $10,000. The financial implications meant that was a bit hard. I note that the planning staff were going to present us with a $5,000 the sums and see if that were more financially viable for our bottom line, essentially. But I'm just wondering if that work has been done and if it's possible to be briefed on those findings.
Planning staff, please. General Manager.
No, apologies, Councillor, that work hasn't been done in terms of $5,000. And I do apologise for that.
No, that's...
Councillor
Yeah.
McDonald, a comment?
Well, not really. I'm just happy to move the recommendation that was put forward last week. I think there was certainly feeling from the planning officers that it would take a little bit more time than the 7 days or 6 days allocated for this. So I'm happy to move the recommendation that was brought forward at the committee last week, which is up on the screen.
So Councillor McDonald has moved the recommendation that was brought forward to the committee last week. Is there a second for that recommendation? Councillor Summerfield? Do you wish to debate the matter? No debate. Councillor McDonald, just...
I think all was said last week, to be perfectly honest. I think, yeah, and there was time for it to happen, so...
I note it's been deferred and it will come back at another time when that happens.
Okay, it's been moved. The motion is before you. Moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Summerfield, that this matter be deferred for future Planning Development Committee meeting. So that's the recommendation. I'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? It's carried. Move then to item 10, which is...
Sorry, Mr Mayor. I declare I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter. The nature of my interest is the declarable conflict of interest arises because I own CNR boarding kennels, and one of the activities of the RSPCA is boarding kennels. I propose to leave and stay away from the meeting while this matter is being discussed and voted on.
Thanks very much, Councillor Taylor. Councillor O'Shea.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I wish to move an alternate motion that Council defers 100% of the not-for-profit element, which, going on the, I may need further clarification potentially from the planning staff, but going on the figures that were quoted to us in committee last week, that was calculated as the commercial element was $11,970. So effectively, if my maths is right, or my calculator's maths is right, that would mean the 100% deferral of the not-for-profit element of this entity would be $135,849.22.
So, is this the motion we have before us now, Wendy?
Yeah, pretty much.
Is Councillor O'Shea's intent spelt out there? The intent of the motion?
No, not in that motion.
No, it's not.
That's last.
That's the previous, that's the recommendation.
That is close now.
So, can we spell that out on the screen, please? Assist us with that, Councillor O'Shea.
Yeah, I'm just reading through that. Sorry, Mr Mayor, just reading through. So effectively, yeah, so the council grants a deferral of payment of $135,773.92. Okay. But that either way, that's representative of the 100% of the not-for-profit aspect. So, yeah. So we'll. If I have a seconder for that, I'm happy to speak on it or debate.
I'm happy to
whatever
second.
history is.
Having a fair bit of trouble hearing you, Councillor.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, that is the alternate that I'm putting forward. As I just mentioned, if there's a seconder for it, I'm happy to speak to it or go to debate or whatever process is required.
Councillor Von Hoff, you?
I'm happy to second that.
Councillor, moved by Councillor O'Shea, second by Councillor Von Hoff. Do you wish to serve room for debate? Anyone wishing to debate?
I'll be speaking against it.
You'll speak against it, right? Councillor O'Shea.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, I put forward this alternate motion essentially on the same grounds as what I did during the committee recommendation. So my reasoning behind going to the 100% deferral is purely on a history of which this council has shown for granting 100% deferrals or waivers of fees going back since 2013. 28 occasions a request of this nature has been made to Toowoomba Regional Council. They're all listed out here on this particular table, rather than going on it ad nauseum and reading you out the 23 occasions of which council has granted 100%. 21 occasions we've granted 100% in total, and another 2 occasions it's been 100%, like in this instance, 100% of the not-for-profit element. So I know we've spoken a lot about the fact that we need a policy and etc. around this. Well, that may be the case, Mr. Mayor, but at this point in time, as I've mentioned, since 2013, council really has shown its hand of what its intent is when it comes to motions of this or requests of this nature. 23 of 28 is a fair indication. 23 times out of 28 requests, this council has granted a 100% waiver when it comes to a not-for-profit. So on that basis, I find it very, very difficult how we as a council can not grant this particular organisation, who has proven its not-for-profit status, its charity status. So that's been proven through the documentation here. So from my point of view, the reason I move this recommendation is that, or this alternate motion, is that I personally find it very difficult to be able to see 23 other occasions where we've given 100% and why we wouldn't on this occasion. So I think history shows that this is obviously a precedent that's been set by this council, and this organisation is no different to those other 23 where we've granted 100%.
Speaker against. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks. Pardon me. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor O'Shea, for bringing this to the table today, because it gives me an opportunity to actually say that we have been consistent, councillors, over this time. We've been consistent in the fact that we've been elected to make decisions as a council on behalf of our community, and we do that without fear or favour. And today we have that same opportunity. So of those occasions that Councillor O'Shea has mentioned that was given approval for 100%, a decision was made by this council. For those that weren't granted 100%, a decision was made by this council. So there is consistency, and the consistency is that every single item that comes to this council needs to be assessed on their merits for the benefit of the community. Now, what makes this different, and I hear the words of consistency, making it the same, and all those sorts of things. Well, this is different. This is quite different. The RSPCA, in my opinion, provides an essential service for the elements that they provide for not-for-profit. And it's an essential service for our community. And that's why I proposed last week a 50% reduction as a committee recommendation to come to here for the not-for-profit element of the business. And the reason, the question was asked last week of me as to why I would suggest 50%. Well, council officers informed us last week, the committee, that on any given year, annually, we've provided 1,000, as a minimum 1,000, either puppies, dogs, cats or kittens to the RSPCA at $220 per animal. That's $220,000 we've provided to the RSPCA to provide a service that's essential for our community. Therefore, I see this as a partnership, a strong partnership between council and the RSPCA. And 50% reduction is a strong show of support to the RSPCA for that element that is an essential service for our community that otherwise we would have to do as a council. So therefore 50% reduction I think is fair. I think it's reasonable, and not having any reduction for the commercial element is also fair and reasonable, given the fact that there is other competition in our community, in our region, where mums and dads and businesses have put their hard-earned in and paid their full infrastructure charges, where other community members have not had to fit the bill. So therefore 50% reduction for me is a alternate motion or proposed motion if this motion is lapsed, and is a true indication of a partnership between Council and the RSPCA having consistency with decisions, that this Council, elected by the community, makes a decision on each application on its merits. This application is quite different to others because, in my mind, it's a strong partnership indicating that we are supportive of the RSPCA's work in the not-for-profit, and they too receive benefit from Council, and therefore the community and ratepayers up to around, and if not more, of nearly $250,000 per year, which I'd suggest to councillors is a fair part of the success or sustainability of RSPCA providing the for-profit element of their business.
As second to Councillor Von Hoff, do you wish to speak in favour of the motion?
I do, thanks Mr Chair. And I actually agree with almost everything that Councillor McDonald said then, and that's exactly why we should be going for 100%, because we are not talking about the commercial wing of the RSPCA, we are talking about the not-for-profit aspect of the work that they do. We're not talking about the services that they provide for council. We are talking about the not-for-profit element of the RSPCA, and I am very happy to support 100%. We do need to be consistent with our decisions, and we have a historical record of granting 100% of a deferral or a waiver for not-for-profit organisations. Thank you.
Speaker against the motion, Councillor Carl, against?
No, question.
Question? Just a brief question, please.
Yeah, could I direct the question through you to the officer?
Yes.
There's two parts, or I guess two parts to the question. The first part is around the deferral, and it says until such times, as it changed in the last paragraph there, the deferred amount in brackets, until such time as the use is operated by a not-for-profit, blah, blah, blah. So in effect, first question is, are we deferring indefinitely? Because if there's another not-for-profit that moves into that premises, because the application goes over there, and therefore are we ever able to recover? That's the first question. And I note with interest at the beginning of paragraph 2 there, the owner of the land. The owner of the land is not the RSPCA in this case, are they?
I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure they did buy it.
Yep. I think
it's
documentation.
one of the few freehold titles in that estate. Okay.
All right. So the first one, we're potentially deferring a collectible revenue, i.e. into a revenue base.
It's a deferral based on an agreement with that organisation. An infrastructure agreement is struck, and it's based on the fact that if either that organisation or a subsequent organisation that is a for-profit and is not a not-for-profit, if I can put it that way, but if it is for profit, then it would those payments would then become due and payable.
So is that then, last part of that question, Mr Chair, is that then potentially on-sold as an encumbrance over the property, or would it be settled by the RSPCA upon sale? They settle the bill with council, in other words?
I'm not sure I'm qualified to answer that one, Councillor. It's a good question. It could be either way, but
I think it's one
regardless, there's an obligation. If the new owner and operator is operating exactly the same business as a not-for-profit, then it would continue as a deferral, no doubt. But if the new ownership was a for-profit, then it would trigger the obligation to pay the infrastructure charge. So it would be, there'd certainly be, there's an obligation under the infrastructure agreement as well to advise and inform subsequent owners entitled. So yeah, it would be captured either through the infrastructure agreement or through the transfer of land.
I guess something to keep in mind, because we've got multiple instances come before council around this very nature where there's been properties come with an encumbrance and the new owners don't know.
We do put a note on the regarding these arrangements, each and every case. We put a note on the rate notice, or rate, when someone applies for a rate certificate, when they're buying land, that note would appear, warning that there is an obligation against that particular property.
Thank you. A speaker against, Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I wholeheartedly endorse what Councillor McDonald said before. I think it's important to remind councillors that when we waive something, it's not council that's actually waiving that money, because it does have to come from somewhere, and it's the ratepayers. So when we waive something, we're waiving it on behalf of ratepayers who will have to foot the bill. And I just wanted to remind everyone that it's not council, it's the ratepayers.
Thank you. A speaker for the motion.
A question, if I...
A question?
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Carl, Councillor Shine.
Yeah, thank you. Just a clarification, Stuart might be able to answer this, but the $135,773.92, which is proposed to be deferred, is in the event that this organisation sells out in 20 years' time, is that amount indexed at 20 years' time prices, or is it remains at 135,000 odd?
I have heard the answer to that question, but I think the answer is that it remains the same.
Which I understand.
Which is
yeah,
not helpful, is it?
No.
Ryan, you got a comment?
But as a...
I think it's in there.
I'd have to get back to you. I'll take that on notice, Councillor. There are circumstances where infrastructure charges, when they are a straight infrastructure charge, accumulate each year. But once I think there's entered into an agreement, unless there's an element in that agreement, which there may well be, regarding that escalation, I'm unclear, but I'll get back to you on that. I'll take that on notice.
Could I just ask a further one of the mover and of the motion and the amendment? I take it that paragraph 2 applies to both. Both the...
Say that again, sorry? The
paragraph 2 is inclusive in your proposal?
Yes. Yes.
And then...
Yes. No,
Yep.
My deferred payment would be 50%.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to speak? Where are we? Councillor Summerfield, you're the last speaker. Is there anyone wishing to speak for the motion? If not, Councillor O'Shea, you sum up, please, before the vote.
Sure. Thanks, Mr Mayor. Thank you, councillors, as well for the debate. I think it's this is a prime example, obviously, as we mentioned before, that obviously these decisions come to council for a decision. That's the consistent part of it. So I appreciate the points that have been raised with it. So I think I've made my point pretty clear on why I see is that it should be 100%. I know there's been a couple of points raised around the fact that there's that work arrangement with council, but respectfully, I really don't think that has anything to do with this. Like, we talk about making decisions based on, without fear or favour. So what service or what they provide for council, to me, shouldn't really come into our decision-making process when it comes to a request for a waiver. The consistent part of what we've done here, as I've said ad nauseum, on 23 occasions out of 28 since 2013, we've granted 100% for a not-for-profit, and that is what this is. So Yes, very much. I think it was a really good point raised earlier by Councillor Summerfield of where what happens with the funds of this. But again, as I say to the community, 23 times out of the last 28, we've made this council has made a decision to grant 100%. So just based on that, as I said, I find it very difficult to see this differently to any other of those 23 occasions where we've granted that 100%. So thank you, Mr Mayor, and that's the reasoning, councillors, for my alternate motion.
That closes the debate, councillors. We'll now put the motion to the vote. It's all good. Yeah, we'll need a division in view of the circumstances. I'll call for the vote. Those in favour of the motion? 3 in favour. Motion is lost. Those against the motion? Motion is lost. You've got that sorted, Wendy? Is there an alternate motion from the floor, please?
Mr Mayor, the alternate motion is the motion from the committee recommendation from last week, and does refer to, just clarifying Councillor Shine's question, the amount that is deferred is applicable whilst the organisation is not for profit. So there will be opportunity to recoup that if that changes to full profit, which is in item 2. It's just the numbers, so the 135 was different. So that recommendation is from last week, and there's no change to that recommendation to put forward. Happy to move it.
Anybody wishing to enter debate? Councillor Summerfield, you've seconded the motion. Anybody wishing to begin debate on the motion? If not, I'll call for a vote. Those in favour? Those against? Councillor Shine?
Not voted.
Did you vote?
No, I did not vote. Well,
you'll be deemed as being in the negative here. Okay, the motion is carried. We move then to item, Councillor Taylor. Yeah. I'll just take a few breaths while Councillor Taylor comes back in the room. We'll move then to item 11. We'll await Councillor Taylor's return. Item 11.
Mr Mayor, item 11, I've circulated an alternate motion. Was discussed briefly last week in the committee, but now it's been more formalised, and have additional information in regard to the calculation of the new charge, which isn't in fact a waiver or reduction, but it's a new charge based on the use of the facility. So the recommendation go up there, and then happy to talk to it if required.
The recommendation is before us.
Would you like me to read that out, Mr Mayor?
Yes, please.
This recommendation number 1 is that Council recalculates the infrastructure charges levied in the infrastructure charges notice issued on 16 September 2020 in relation to development permit MCUC 2019-5111 using the indoor sport and recreation charge category for the indoor court areas, making the total infrastructure charge for the development $93,736.60. And number 2, that the owner of the land, the subject of development permit MCUC 2019-5111, enter an infrastructure agreement with Council, making the total infrastructure charges payable $93,736.60 for the infrastructure charges noticed on 16 September 2020 in relation to development permit MCUC 2019-5111. And happy to talk.
I assume Councillor McDonald, you're moving that?
I'll move it, yeah, I'm happy to move it.
Is there a seconder, please? Councillor McMahon. Anyone wishing to enter debate in this matter? Okay, Councillor McDonald.
Would you like me to talk to it briefly?
I think you've probably, unless you want to add a little.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to just briefly. The reason for the alternate motion is that the use of the building is aligned more closely to the use of indoor sport and recreation, and therefore the infrastructure charges should reflect this in the charge category. And I note officers' recommendation that came to Council was based on a particular use of that building, and therefore it should be noted that this infrastructure charge does include an element of the education facility, which was 445 metres squared, the GFA, and that charge is at the rate that was charged by the officers of $146.70, which is a total charge of $65,281.50. I'm not sure, Wendy, if you've got that, that chart you could put up on the screen. And the indoor sport court areas, which is 668 GFA metres squared, is charged at that rate, which is $20.45, make it $13,660.60. And then the impervious area of 1,409 metres squared is charged at the rate of $10.50 at $14,794.50. That gives the total charge of $93,736.60. So, as I reiterate at the start, this isn't a reduction or waiver, it's just reflecting the use, which I believe may well have been better articulated when the application was put in the first instance. I'm happy to leave it at that for the time being.
Speaker against, Councillor O'Shea.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Just I won't speak for long, just purely based on everything I stated in the one prior, except now it's a case of 23 of the last 29. We've granted 100% waiver to a not-for-profit, so that's my reasoning.
Okay. Councillor McMahon, do you wish to speak for the motion? Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. And can I just, on the items that we've had today, with full respect to Councillor O'Shea, I disagree that we should just give 100% to any non-for-profit. I think there are such varying levels of what constitutes a non-for-profit that just simply doing so because they're a non-for-profit would be, in my opinion, a risky decision to take. Concerning this particular application, I'm very aware that I moved the motion not to waive the infrastructure fees at the last meeting, simply because on the evidence given I couldn't find reason to justify overturning the officer's decision. I welcome Councillor McDonald's reasoning, and I don't know if I agree that we need to be splitting hairs over is it a sporting institution or is it an educational facility. My reasoning with this last week is when we look at what it is, it has home economics rooms and other storerooms, etc., that would say it's a classroom. However, after talking around the room a little bit this week, I'm happy to propose with Councillor McDonald that the primary purpose of this is sporting and that the classrooms may be subsidiary. And again, this is splitting hairs, but a sporting facility can have a tuck shop, as this does. A sporting facility can have storage rooms for sporting equipment, as this does. So I agree with Councillor McDonald that the primary purpose of this facility is sporting, and happy to second his motion that we change the category of the infrastructure charges. Thank you.
A speaker against. Councillor Von Hoff was there slightly ahead of you.
Sorry, thank you.
You'll get the chance, I think.
Thank you, Mr Chair. It's actually a question, if I may, through you to Councillor McDonald. Councillor McDonald, at last week's meeting, I asked a question specifically around this, about the decision to zone or to assess this on the basis of an educational facility rather than an indoor sporting facility. And if we're going to go down the path of an indoor sport and recreation category, is it the case that there's an aspect of that usage then has to be for the public? And first of all, is that correct? Does it have to be able to be used by the public? And if that is the case, have we confirmed that it would be used or could be used by the public?
Through you, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Von Hoff, I think General Manager Summers might be better answered in regard to requirements for fitting into that planning area. I do believe we've had information from the college in regard between now and last week that suggests that outdoor community use will be able to be used for that facility as well. But Mr Summers might well answer the first element of your question.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Yes, look, it doesn't necessarily, if we issue an approval to a school for indoor recreation, it doesn't necessarily mean it has to be open to the public. But in terms of looking at waivers and other benefits, that's important, I think. You know, if it is open to the public, that makes it easier, I think, to look at it as a waiver. But it's not a necessary precursor to the use of indoor recreation. It's a separate defined use, which many schools have indoor recs that aren't open to the, to the public.
Thank you.
If I could just answer Councillor Shine's previous question, I've had it confirmed that, yes, there is an escalation clause in the agreement, which, because if the agreement wasn't in place, we probably couldn't do that.
Thank Councillor Von Hoff. I'll take that as a question. I'll hand over
Mr.
Speaker
Mayor?
against Councillor Carl.
Mr. Mayor, could I just, in relation to the question about it being open to the public, I don't know how many councillors received an email from the school confirming that it could be open to the public at the right times?
Yep. Speaker against Councillor Carl.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, around the use, I think we're splitting hairs. Let's face it, primary use is an educational facility. It's not about what activities necessarily happen in there. It's an educational facility, both sport and rec, home economics, other uses. In fact, the email you referred to, Councillor Summerfield, the gentleman calls it a multi-purpose facility. Quote. The reality is, if it wasn't there for the primary use and benefit of the school, they would not be building it. So it's an educational facility, in my view, by definition, the primary use for educational purposes. And the officer raised it on the previous item about infrastructure charges and recoverable or a source of revenue. Now, whilst this isn't the quantum that I will speak about, it is accumulative across numbers of applications and infrastructure charges and agreements that council enters into. And the reason why we have infrastructure charges is to recover costs, albeit we only recover at an average of 50 to 60% on infrastructure charges across a development. And I stress that. So, an accumulative impact of council giving further reduction means that if you look at the quantum sum of around $1 million, equates to 1% of general revenue, general rate revenue. So the accumulative impacts of further reductions that council considers for any application doesn't take long to accumulate to $1 million of foregone revenue. So what happens? We then have to consider a potential rate rise at the next budget because we've seen fit to give away a quantum of money. It has to come from somewhere. And infrastructure charges are infrastructure charges, and this is an educational facility. Otherwise, it would not be being built. So I implore councillors to consider carefully the accumulative impacts of our decision here today, not just with this, but with many other applications that come before us. Thanks.
Speaker for the motion? No one wishing to speak for the motion? Okay, if that's the case, Councillor McDonald, if you'd like to sum up before we put this to the vote.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. Happy just to sum up briefly. Look, I actually don't think we are splitting hairs here. I think we've actually, if we go through with this motion, we've actually assessed this as to actually what it is. I think the failing here is that the applicant may well have not been attuned enough to actually put forward the application of what the actual use is. This isn't a reduction or waiver in fees. This is actually assessing what the use is of that particular building. That's what this is. So it's not a reduction, it's not a waiver, it's actually 100% of the infrastructure charges that will be owed with the use that is used in that building. The other thing that I will make note of, and we received correspondence, is that stormwater infrastructure was put in by this organisation at another time, whereby they were assessed at that period to say that a future building would not require further amount of costing as far as infrastructure charges go for that element of it. So I just think this is the fairest way of approaching this. It is definitely in an education facility. However, the use of the building certainly overrides that. And the fact that the school has said during the week that it will be open for community use is not a criteria, but I guess that gives some comfort to the community as well. This is not a waiver or reduction, it's simply assessing it on what it is.
Thank you very much, councillors. That closes the debate. The resolution is there before you. The council recalculates the infrastructure charges levied in the infrastructure charges notice issued on the 16th September in relation to development permit using the indoor sports and recreation charge category for the indoor court areas, making the total infrastructure charge for the development of $93,736. The owner of the land, the subject of development permit number, enter into an infrastructure agreement, which is fairly normal stuff, and that's where we go. We'll close the debate. We'll put this to the vote. Those in favour of the resolution? Those against? You wish to have your votes recorded? The motion is carried. We'll move then to item 14. Item 14 is taken out separately. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to be able to have my vote recorded. Thank you.
You don't want to vote? Don't want to debate this matter?
I don't want to debate it, no. It's been debated.
Well, in relation to item 14, unless Councillor O'Shea has moved, need a seconder, please, for the motion. Seconder, please. Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan. I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That's 5 votes. That's 7 votes to 4. The motion is carried. Right, we move then to item 8.2. Done? Yep. Item 8.2, the Water and Waste Committee report. Anybody wishing to take any matters out for separate discussion? If not, do I have a mover? Sorry, Councillor.
Yes, item 5.
Item 5? Water Vision?
Yes.
Do you have an alternate resolution? Do you wish
No, but just
you
like
wish to vote against?
Comment, if I could.
Okay. Righto. Where were we? We had a mover in Councillor Summerfield, and that will be all matters except for item 5. Seconder, please, Councillor Von Hoff. I'll put that to the vote. Those are in favour. Move to item 5. Councillor Shine, you wish to present an alternative?
No, thank you, Mayor. Look, I just want to register my concerns about the situation in relation to our water needs, both now and into the future. The vision statement is a very timely one, and I really am concerned that we are not addressing the urgency that's contained in that document. I think the understanding is that we would have a similar review in about 2 years' time, but I think that's possibly too late. The report itself refers to us having a deficiency in treated water capacity will occur in the year 2022, around about 13 months' time. Clearly, leaving this further consideration of the water futures for another 2 years is beyond that period itself. And it also refers to the fact that our total entitlement will result in a supply deficit in the year 2026. Albeit, of course, the Wivenhoe pipeline is not taken into account in those calculations, although that is only a drought security measure. I would like earlier next year for Council to again revisit this issue in the light of the Toowoomba Water Vision 2050 final report, and particularly in the light of the options that it points out on page 57 of the report, and taking into account particularly what our federal member mentioned this morning in relation to being conscious of what we want to pay for our water, that we look at those options in that light at an earlier date than in 2 years' time, and particularly with respect to the issue of direct potable reuse water, in other words, recycling, be an issue that we should address in the new year rather than let it go. And from my perspective, I understand the desire for the community to be consulted in relation to such matters, but I think on further reflection that we owe leadership to our community to make a decision on that issue and to be responsible at the following election for the community approval or disapproval of it. So for those reasons, I'm asking, for those reasons, I'm of the view that we ought to review this, the contents of the Water Vision 2050 final report, that we ought to review it again in the new year and address the issue, the very pressing and most important issue facing us of water needs both now and into the future.
Are you just simply making a statement, or are you proposing an alternate motion?
I'm not making an alternate motion at this stage, just that's...
You're not making an alternate?
Like reviewed earlier next year.
I think your views are taken on board, and I think Councillor Summerfield and Von Hoff, and together with the GM in Water and together with Brian, would have received an invitation that we found out that the CEO, I believe, or someone fairly high up in the National Water Grid is visiting us tomorrow or the next day. I don't do diaries well. And as well as that, tomorrow morning I have a phone hook up with the State Water Minister that he has requested as a result of the work that we've been doing and the letters that I've sent to him and the Premier. And I guess in the run-up to Christmas it's a little bit hard to get anything absolutely definitive, but I can assure you that we're doing the best we can. We're very fortunate to get a visit from a person from the National Water Grid. They have $3.5 billion in there to work. I know that Garth has done quite a bit. Garth Hamilton has done quite a bit of work with the Deputy Prime Minister, who's been here, and he's in regular touch with me. I don't think we're going to solve the issues immediately, but we certainly are going to work very, very hard on our water future, and it's certainly something that I hope within a few months we have some fairly clear indications of where we're going. Councillor Summerfield, you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to support the comments made by Councillor Shine. I think we do need to add maybe a number 5 to this recommendation before us. because otherwise a good document like this can be left to sit idle and gather dust. And I think there is opportunity to continue that discussion, to continue the impetus of getting changes happening in our water area. So I would like to see that, and happy for Councillor Shine to word it up if he would prefer, but unless we put something in the recommendation, it will continue to gather dust. So an idea might be that a workshop be held in the first quarter of 2021 to further develop outcomes for our water from the Water Vision document along those lines. If that suits you, Councillor Kerry, and also Brian, maybe want to have input into that wording?
No, certainly it does. Yep. Thank you.
I think there's probably, in fairness, Councillor Summerfield, there's more happening now than there has been for quite a while. I don't know whether you agree or don't agree, but the formation of the Water Alliance, bringing a whole group of people together, is a pretty powerful tool. And we will be working together in a very positive way.
Oh, I couldn't agree more, Mr Mayor. I think it's a good step forward, but that doesn't mean we don't continue to do our water work within our council area to ensure we keep getting outcomes as well. They go hand in hand.
I was interested in what the federal member said this morning in terms of water loss in some of the water systems, and as an advocate of a regular watcher of the ABC TV, I just cannot work out which community it was. A mining community is losing, somewhere in Western New South Wales, is losing, or may even be in the border in South Australia, is losing in the order of 30% of their water. And, you know, that is one of the greatest gains that we can make in water efficiency, is to tidy all that up. And that's technology available to measure and to do that now. And it would probably be a good outcome. Councillor Cole, you have something to say?
Just a question, Mr Chair. I wonder if in that point 5 it would be to further develop options. I don't necessarily think we'll be getting outcomes that early.
Yes, I think.
And I wonder if it's not, if you can scroll up to point 3, I wonder if it's not linked with that further iterations of Regional Water Vision 2050 will be required with the next version targeted for completion. So it's not independent of that. Maybe it could be put in addition to point 3. Anyway, thoughts?
The mover and the seconder got any issues with that? Who's the mover and seconder?
Swings and roundabouts, Mr Mayor.
Hasn't been moved yet.
And if we just lose the outcomes word there.
I think no.
We're not going to have an outcome by
I
next
think it's changed to options.
Change.
So, Councillor Summerfield, you moved that. I think it's probably time that we move to find a seconder for that motion.
Yes,
For that, Councillor Von Hoff has seconded.
It doesn't.
Kerry, I'm fine with
As
Kerry.
long as it gets through.
Well, it was his
Yes, it
wording.
was.
You have a problem?
No, not at all.
Councillor Shine, we'll send in a seconder.
Well, it doesn't need outcomes. Options. Take outcomes.
Replace outcomes with the word options.
Okay, I think the wording together with the statements in the room indicate a clear passion to get on with this and make sure we get some outcomes and we know something about the future, given particularly some of the industrial opportunities, or will certainly shedded horticulture is certainly going to need some water, and we need to think very deeply about that. Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? No one wishing to speak against the motion? It's moved by Councillor Summerfield, seconded by Councillor Shine. It's before you there. It refers to vision, our water vision for the future, Water Vision 2050, and it discusses the various options that I think are in view of the fact there's no debate, I might close the debate and ask for a vote. Those in favour? Carried without dissent. Right. We move then to item 8.3. Anyone wishing to take any of the issues out on the Infrastructure Committee
Yes,
report?
thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you. Thank you. If I might, I'd like to take out item 6. It is a confidential Inland Rail Project, Gary Junction business case, Northern Connectivity.
Yep.
I'd like to take that out. Thank you.
Item 6 will be taken out, will be dealt with in a confidential session later. There's been a change there. Councillor Carl?
Mr Chair, just a question. I don't need to given there was a vote, do I need to take that out at this time, considering the report, Mr CEO? Do I?
Brian, Councillor Carl has been given approval to be in the room.
As long as you refer that you've had the approval, we'll just note that in there.
Yep. So I'll take item 3 out and note council's decision at the beginning of the meeting around my declaration. Does that suffice, Mr CEO, or not?
No, you don't have to pull it out. We'll note that.
Oh, righto.
My decision as well, same one.
Item 3, I think. Oh, item 2.
So, in relation to Infrastructure Committee meeting, all matters...
Item 4, please.
Item 4.
I'd like taken out.
So that leaves us with only item 3 to deal with. Any objections to item 3 coming forward? Councillor McDonald?
Oh, no, not an objection, but given the declaration of Councillor McMahon early, he would actually leave the room for this vote.
It's a different item.
Isn't it? Central
That's
Highlands?
a different item.
Oh, okay. Apologies.
Yeah, this is the Highfields item.
Central Highfields.
Okay, apologies.
But I still need to be recorded because it was the other one.
It's got the word high.
You're quite happy to have that recorded? Councillors voted in your favour.
Sorry, Chair.
So we'll put item 3 forward. Would someone like to move the motion in relation to item 3 of the Infrastructure Committee report, please? Relates to the Highfields.
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll has voted. Councillor Melissa Taylor has seconded that. Any room for discussion? Any need? Those in favour? Motion's carried. We move then to item 4. Councillor Somerville, you wish to take this out to...
Yes, I just want to vote on it.
Yep.
Please,
You don't wish to debate it?
No, I just want option
Righto.
1.
Would I have a mover then, please?
Yes, then.
The recommendation, Councillor Carol Taylor, Councillor Melissa Taylor. Anyone wishing to debate? Those in favour? Those against? Councillor Summerfield, do you wish to have your vote recorded?
Thanks.
Good. So that concludes Six is a confidential.
Do you want to consider it at the end of the meeting?
Yep. Yes, look, I think we need a motion in respect to item 6.
Yes, thank you.
The matter be dealt with in confidential at the end of the meeting. Councillor Carroll has
So
moved
moved,
that.
thank
Councillor Melissa had seconded that. Those in favour? That's carried. Sorry about that. I should have picked that up. Okay. 8.4, Environment and Community Committee. Anyone wishing to take any matters out of that? Councillor Von Hoff?
Thanks. Mr Chair, I'll take out item 9, please, and also it might be unnecessary, but just to note that in the committee meetings I did raise a possible conflict in the confidential item 13, and it was deemed that I was fine to stay in the meeting.
Okay. You're referring to confidential item 11? Which will be dealt
that was
with.
no, the where I declared the perceived conflict was item 13. The heritage listing
Okay.
of Redwood Park, that was all fine, but the item that I'd like pulled out is item number 9. Thank you.
Number 9 is out, and the balance of it will be dealt with in confidential later on the meeting. So, with the exception of item 9, of Councillor
7.
Mayor,
Councillor Sumfield.
Number 7, please.
Number 7 is out.
No, 7 as well.
Number 7 as well. Councillor O'Shea, you were waving your hands.
No, I was just...
Number 7?
Just giving your attention to Councillor
Righto.
McMahon's.
Any other matters to wish to be taken out? We'll deal with item 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. At this point in time, would someone like to move?
And the confidential items as well.
11,
11 and 12.
11, 12 and 13 are confidential, and Councillor Von Hoff has indicated item 9 and item 7 as well is taken out. So in the absence of those, so let's get it clear. Environment and Community Committee report, item 3, item 4, item 5, item 6 and item 8. Right, for Councillor O'Shea, you've moved that they be received, yes? Councillor O'Shea?
We're not doing the confidential ones at the same time?
We're doing the confidential ones later.
Okay. No, only, no, not for this one.
Only 13.
That was infrastructure.
There's no discussion on those. No, wait a moment. There is discussion on item 13.
No,
No, not
just recording.
just recording.
Sorry, Mr Mayor. No, Councillor Vonhoff was just recording from last week's declaration, so we should be able to include all those.
I thought that she was pulling it out. Okay. My apologies for that. So, let's start again. Item 3, item 4, item 5, item 6, item 8, item 11, 12 and 13. Someone move accordingly. Councillor McMahon has
It's already
moved.
been moved by O'Shea, so I'll second it.
Sorry.
It's already been moved, I'll second it.
Righto. Moved by Councillor O'Shea, seconded by Councillor McMahon. Anybody wishing to have any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried. We move then to item 7, Toowoomba Pop-Up Bed Pilot Program.
So if I could just ask, I thought we were getting a presentation today by these people so that we could then ask questions as required, was what I was led to believe at the last meeting. That's not occurring.
Brian?
So,
Mr Mayor, through you, that was actually a suggestion put forward, but the motion was actually moved, seconded and voted on without that ever being debated or included. So that was something I flagged if the motion was lost, but it went through.
well, I'd like to debate it.
Sorry, Councillor.
I would like to debate it, if we could, please.
Like to debate the motion. Motion 7. So, do you someone want to move the recommendation so that it can be debated? Councillor O'Shea has moved it. Councillor McMahon has seconded it. Councillor O'Shea, do you wish to speak?
I'll sum up, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Summerfield, do you wish to speak against?
Yes, I do, Mr Mayor. I just feel that this idea hasn't been thought through properly. We're offering people the opportunity to be housed for a month and then they'll be turned out on the street. We're going to select 30-odd people out of however many homeless people there are in our region, in Toowoomba, I'm assuming, and they will be selected over other people. We're going to be putting men and women in the same area, and at the end of February, we're going to say, well, thank you, we've done that little experiment and goodbye to those that have not been able to be housed. So I just feel that this is not the right thing to do. There is another organisation called Stable One who prior to COVID were approaching local community and church halls. They were wanting 7 halls and they were going to house the homeless through winter. Now to me, that is something strategic that would provide good outcomes. But what we are doing here, to me, is a thought bubble, and we have to really look at whether we're doing it for the right reasons. Are we doing it for the homeless people who we're going to turn out at the end of February, or are we doing it to make ourselves feel better about ourselves because they're homeless? We all feel for people who are homeless. We all have a compassion for them, and we want to do things to help them. But to me, this is just a February bubble that is going to end very sadly for those people that have been housed for the month. I just feel there are other ways of doing this to help them, and this isn't the right one.
Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. Speaker 4, Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. Very happy to speak for this motion. Can I remind Council of what it is? We are not in there doing the logistics of this, and of course there are questions about dignity, about safety, about loitering, all of those kind of things, and rightfully so, but there are professionals who are actively engaged in this space on a daily basis who are running this facility. This is not council, we're providing the venue. I disagree that this is pulling them in off the street and then turfing them out after a month. The purpose of this is to stop them for a month finding them on the street so that we can look at a longer term thing. This was never supposed to be a long-term solution, rather getting us by in the crisis that we're having. I see merit in where this motion has come from, in a stakeholder group that proposed that February was the time after Christmas when we need to be putting steps in place. For now, a lot of them have some sort of accommodation through the Christmas period, but in the new year, this is when they're predicting the issue's going to ramp up. So, look, this isn't going to be the long-term fix-all solution for homelessness in Toowoomba region, nor was it ever meant to, but something's got to be better than nothing, and this is where we start. So it's a 1-month trial that while we have the people in there, we look for them for a longer-term solution. However, there's got to be a link between the few weeks that it takes from getting them off the street into some sort of a housing facility, and that's what this is. I again state that the professionals who are actively engaged in this space in the non-for-profit sector and do this for a living will be monitoring it. And I appreciate the concern, I really do, but it's simply not council's business that we're going to be getting involved in that. Thank you.
Is there a speaker against?
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I don't wish to speak against this motion, but however, I do have to agree with Councillor Summerfield, and I aired my concerns last week at the committee meeting. I'm very perplexed to understand how, doing this, we can assist or make changes to people's situations without daily availability of representatives from state and church agencies and other agencies. I note the times the facilities are only available between 5 p.m. and 7:30 a.m. and then they have to be out for the day without any practical help, no help to assess jobs and to change circumstances. 30 people out of possibly 250 plus homeless people that are on our streets. In Brisbane City, and I know this very well, they actually have this sort of a situation and they have access in the day to agencies, food agencies, professional agencies, clothes to help people go and have interviews for jobs and everything else. I actually think by giving people a bed at night time for 1 month and making ourselves feel good, if we don't get an outcome out of this, then there is just lost. And I don't care whether we're running it, professionals are running it, or who's running it. Without access through the day to people who practical help to change circumstances, to help them get jobs, to help them to find shelter and accommodation, I don't see this as being any sort of a help at all. And it pains me to say that, but we have to be practical and pragmatic about it. We need to help to change people's circumstance. We don't need to just go and give someone a bed, which I think this is going to be. 30 people out of, I was told, around 400, but I don't know what the numbers are, and I don't know how they're going to choose those 30 people, and they'll have a bed for 30 days. We don't have showers up there. I mean, it's obvious by the hours that they're going to be there for the night, for the bed, and there will be no assistance through the day to help them to change their circumstance. Isn't that the whole idea? Isn't the idea of this to try to break the cycle of homelessness? Isn't it offering them access to people who can help them find jobs and accommodation and other things? And I don't see that this is going to do that. And for that reason, I do have to speak against this motion.
A speaker for the motion?
Yep.
Councillor Vonhoff.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I reiterate what Councillor McMahon said. We are ostensibly the the hosts. We're not the professionals. The professionals know this business, and it's their business to do the work and look after these people. And I think that it's been lost that included in the report was discussions about how important it was that we use the Good Shed because of its central location. And the central location and its proximity to the services that Councillor Carol Taylor and Councillor Summerfield talked about, that's why it was so important that we use that location, because come 7:30, the people who have been housed overnight in the Good Shed can then go to the housing hub, can go to meet with the organisations that can then do the doing of helping them change their circumstances. And I just really ask councillors to consider up what's to lose. What do we actually stand to lose here? On one hand, there's reluctance and some concerns. And I understand, and some of those concerns are valid. But on the other hand, we have the possibility of some real benefits. So I really believe that it's incumbent on us to take that balance and say, well, we choose to take the risk and opt for the possibility that we can make a difference, and that in providing this venue, we might be able to change some circumstances.
A speaker against, Councillor Shine.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. In speaking against it, I'm speaking against it because I don't think it goes far enough. What I'd like to see explored is the facility that we own, that we have, that's empty at the moment, and that is the depot at Anzac Avenue. And I'd like an investigation by Council into the appropriateness of that venue for use for homelessness, not just for a month, but for an indefinite period. Councils in Queensland, particularly in Brisbane, are actively involved with the state government in the housing of homeless people. It would be a great thing for us to use this already owned facility for a long-term facility to house the homeless, particularly during that winter period. As we know, Toowoomba unfortunately has a high rate of unemployment, particularly in youth unemployment, and that's would appear to be getting worse rather than better. We are aware that the job seeker payments will be reduced, I think, from the beginning of the year, and then ended by about the end of March, and that will mean a drastic fall in income for many people, but particularly for people who are already homeless. I think it behoves us, when we have this asset there at Anzac Avenue, to at least investigate whether it can be used for that purpose, and if it can be, then we should proceed to make it available, work in conjunction with the state government, and work in conjunction with organisations like Lifeline and the others who are, to their credit, have come up with the pop-up proposition that is the subject of today's discussion. My understanding is that the Good Shed may not be appropriate in the sense that it doesn't have showers, as I understand it. Probably lacks kitchen facilities. There could even be fire risks or other inappropriate housing conditions that prevail there. They may or may not apply also to the depot, but that's why I'd like it investigated as a real option for us to consider, and to bring credit on the city for doing something really worthwhile for people who really deserve it. You know, we've done a lot for businesses and for job creation, and the COVID $50 million that we've got into debt for that section of the community, but really we haven't done anything as a council for the homeless people. I think it's high time that we did, and I would like to foreshadow an addition. I just, you know, and I don't think there's anyone here who would like to deny the homeless people that month in February and I know that what I'd like to achieve can't be achieved within a short period of time. So in reality, I'd like that to stay, but I'd like to foreshadow that Council investigate the appropriateness of the Anzac Avenue depot, that's the eastern side of Anzac Avenue, to provide a refuge for the homeless.
Thank you. Speaker for, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, and then Speaker against, Councillor Melissa Taylor will follow.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think everyone at the table here is probably pulling in the same direction. We all want to do something about the homelessness, and I think, you know, at the heart of this, we have to remember what are the root causes of homelessness. So it's domestic violence, drug and alcohol abuse, or mental health issues. So until we have greater services or greater funding put into those areas, we are always going to have a homelessness issue. But if we don't do this on the grounds that it's not enough, we're not getting enough people into the program, what do? We do nothing. So, you know, that doesn't move us forward in any way, does it? So, you know, we always talk about rich traditions and bold ambitions. This is a bold ambition that's come out of the community asking us to do something, to play our part. And what part can we play? Maybe it's not going to be the good shed, but I understand the urgency and the criticality around the timing, and maybe Councillor Shine's suggestion might be better. And we, at that original motion, at committee, we talked about providing that this group can comply with all regulations, and we might have some problems with the building regulations around the good shed, but let's try something. Let's connect these people, as many people as we can, with the services that are available here now, being mindful that we need more funding for more services so that we can reduce that number of homelessness. And I support Councillor Shine's foreshadowed alternative motion about looking at the good shed, looking at the depot, knowing that some of the problems around the depot are the need for a central location. But, you know, in Brisbane, they are hosting these things in car parks. So that's another possibility, that we can have one of these pop-up trials in a car park in a central location in the city.
Speaker against, Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'm certainly not denying the need of the less fortunate of our community in speaking against this motion, but I certainly believe that not enough thought has been put into this experimental program. I have great concerns over the safety and dignity of the less fortunate of our community if we went ahead with this experimental program. I certainly believe that we need to put more resources into the longer term options to actually break the cycle. And I do agree with what Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan has just said, that we need to address the root issues and put more funding into the organisations that can assist in those areas of domestic violence, of mental illness. And I believe that that's where our resources need to go. I certainly believe February is the wrong time. Job Seeker and Job Keeper will be finishing, if not decreased, in March. And I think winter in Toowoomba, the program needs to be put into more appropriate times. A bold ambition, certainly, Councillor Shine, the depot needs to be investigated, and I think that's where our bold ambition needs to be directed. So, I certainly don't want to deny the need of the less fortunate of our community, but I think more thought needs to be put into a program and not rushed for the sake of patting ourselves on the back and doing it in February.
Councillor McDonald, you had some questions?
I do, actually. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, for the opportunity. Firstly, I'm not sure what discussions have taken place between Community Development Facilities and Tourism and the Planning Department in regard to the use of the good shed, and I just wondered whether, at the end of the day, all we're doing, as has been reiterated, is doing our best to assist the issue of homelessness. That's what we're trying to do. Everyone is unanimous in trying to do that. And all we're doing in this case is providing a venue. What I want to be comfortable in, and we all should be, is that this venue is the most suitable for this application. So I just wanted to get General Manager Summers to explain if there's been dialogue, what that's been like, what impediments or others, and is there decisions that this council needs to make as a council group to enable this to happen, whether it's at the Goodshed or, indeed, as Councillor Shines mentioned, at another venue which seriously isn't the use that we're talking of.
Thank you, Councillor. Look, it comes at two levels, I guess, or certainly from a land use planning controls type area, there's certainly dialogue between planning and the folk that are promoting this. I think what's slipped through the cracks, though, has been a clearer and closer look in terms of building and fire regulations. I think the important point is, I've heard it said a couple of times that all we're doing is leasing out or giving the opportunity for our building to be used. Unfortunately, under the building and fire regs, we're the owner. And the buck stops with us, TRC, as the owner of that building, and any obligations that fall within that. And the Goodshed was designed and built as a display, to house sort of displays and events and that sort of thing. As a consequence, the fire alarm systems are attuned to that sort of use, not to a residential use. Residential fire alarm systems are quite different to commercial and others. You have building conditions. The building's not lined. Ventilation's a bit of an issue, unless you're going to leave the doors open, and could be a bit nippy. And also, again, security can be a bit of an issue. Mentioned ablution areas, toilet areas, access, control of access into the building. There's a whole range and host of building regs that probably need to be closely looked at and complied with. It's council's obligation that any of those regulations are complied with. We can't actually pass those obligations off to someone else. So I think that's an important consideration. And in general discussions between the staff, the Anzac, certainly the depot at Anzac Avenue did come up. It's actually ticks a number of those boxes. It is lined, it's ventilated, it's heated and cooled, and it's got a kitchen and toilets, and probably it's well worth having a bit of a look at in terms of maybe a temporary or a slightly longer term option. But I just thought I'd mention that we had discussions this morning with our councillors, and that they're the issues that I think are of concern. The building, from a town planning viewpoint, there's not an issue, but there are other regulations at play here, I think, that we need to take note of.
So can I just follow up?
Follow-up question.
Thank you. So, Mr Summers, in your professional opinion, can all of those issues that you've raised as issues, can they be mitigated for this use to happen by February, and what mitigation measures are required?
That's probably that's getting to a detail that's outside my qualifications. I'd need to take consultation or have consultation with a building certifier. But look, I'd be very surprised, A, without a budget, and B, without plans that we could actually do the works required to bring that up to scratch by early February.
So can I just follow
One more
up
question?
again? And probably I'm completely with Mr Summers, unless other people have got questions for him, but I'd like to ask Darryl a couple of questions.
Yep.
Darryl Bates.
Sorry, before that, I just have one question for Mr Summers, if I might, Mr Chair.
You wish to ask a question to
Just one while we've got Mr Summers there.
And Councillor Carl has a question too, I'd assume.
I want to speak for the motion.
Okay.
Thank you, through you,
Councillor
Mr
Von
Chair.
Hoff, a question.
Mr Summers, is it the case that, if I refer to the motion, it says the necessary council approvals, including a hire agreement, Is it the case that those approvals, including the hire agreement, would need to address the compliance issues and the regulations to which you've referred?
The obligations I'm referring to is as the owner of the building. We can't actually contract that away. We have implicit obligations under the building regulations as they stand at the moment.
So would those be included in the hire agreement and the approvals when we talk in the motion about the necessary approvals?
Well, yes, they could, but I think it would be on the basis that council would need to make good this building so that it can be used for residential purposes, not commercial.
Thank you.
No further questions. Councillor Carl, you wish to speak for the motion?
Yes, I do.
Sorry, you wish to
I did flag that I'd like to ask Darryl a couple of questions, if that's all right, Bill.
Sorry, Councillor Carl.
No, you're right.
Thanks, Mr Summers. Thank you for those words. Thank you. Thanks, Darryl, for taking the time. I asked or posed a few questions there last week at the meeting, and I just wondered whether you had clarification around a couple of those things, and that being, around the fact that we each morning, not we, but the organisers will at 7:30 ask somehow, with dignity and compassion, for those folk to leave, and you flagged that the showers and what have you would be available for them to use elsewhere. Has there been any discussion with the group between last week and this week in regard to some of the questions that were asked?
There was, from the committee meeting, a subsequent email that in an email group that a range of organisations are privy to in developing not just this pilot proposal, but other options they're doing. And they started to put some stuff around that in terms of some might be not a walk to the homeless hub, it might be then to shelter, to Centrelink and other things they do for that, councillor. So they're starting to put a plan in place, but obviously it hasn't got approval from council yet to move forward on that. So big structure around it hasn't been there yet, but I know service have said, that would be a walk through. They'd come to that service and then walk those clients to different areas. They'd be wandering down to different spots as part of their normal routine in the day. But also Danelle from the homeless service at Cluley Park is going to be operating their service for breakfast. So it's a nice segue as people potentially are going from that to a shower to other areas. But the bigger structure around it, councillor, they haven't put that together yet.
Okay. So just following on, if I can do a follow-up, just after we've heard from the General Manager of Planning, has the group been privy to some of the hurdles that may be confronting them in regard to using this space? And if so, what I'm concerned with is if council makes a decision to support this, then we get in the middle of January and these issues, which are very important issues, we're the owner of that building, bring rise, and then we have a motion on the books that we have to come back on and change. And I want to be comfortable that the group knows what's in front of them.
Yep.
Because this is a council-owned facility that has obligations and requirements on it probably far greater than a private enterprise may have.
Yep. And my understanding is that they do, and they do take consideration of that this project for them is still not over the line yet either. They're still developing the stuff that needs to be done. So there could be options around security, around if it is the fire safety, there's a range of things that they still need to work through to make this project come together. What they're after is, I suppose, the direction from council, but they can even start that. And I know through that email group, there's some things that they're starting to work through now to look if it does get across the board of how that might be.
Yeah, and I guess this is a concern that I have and would flag an alternate motion if this doesn't come through. It's simply, there is no one around this table that doesn't agree with doing something. No one that doesn't agree with doing something. However, I'd be more comfortable having more information about it from them and knowing what's happening, and it may be a delay of a month or two which would align with job seeker finishing and all those things would line up. So I'll flag an alternate motion if this doesn't get up.
Do you think it's more appropriate, Councillor McDonald, if there were some conditions very clearly included in this motion? that this be approved subject to?
Well, that could well be the answer, and even even the dates of being in February might be able to be more generic rather than specific, to allow time for this discussion to develop further and crystallise so that those that have some concerns may be more comfortable with it as a proposal.
So, questions finished?
Can I?
Hand over.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, just with your indulgence, can I can probably provide a little bit more clarity around just a couple of those questions, if you'll allow me.
You'd like to answer some of those?
Yeah. So, just long story short, I attended the next meeting with this group, which happened to be yesterday, and I have to say I was amazed at I suppose how much they took on board everything the council said, to the point that they had a whiteboard there yesterday with every question that council asked. They even had your quote of "we're building a fence at the top of the cliff, not an ambulance at the bottom." It was even listed on there. So there's very much an appreciation and understanding of what is required of council. This is a really difficult one, council, to understand that, and I suppose what they've got to the point of is that that's right, as Mr. Bates probably pointed out, until there is a approval of council, then they can sort of move on it. And when we get to the point, I know there's a few other fors and against, I'm happy to tweak this motion slightly to add a little bit more generic around it, if that's if that is palatable around the table. But I can say that a lot of those questions are asked around that were most certainly raised and discussed yesterday. So they've definitely seen what concerns that council does have, and have looked at it, as I said, literally had them all listed off one by one.
Thanks, Councillor O'Shea. Councillor Carl, thanks for your patience. You're speaking for the motion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I speak for the motion. I think some of the discussion has brought out part of the reasoning why I speak for the motion, and to help keep things in context, the officers already highlighted this is the first gateway to whether they go ahead with this project. They need to know whether council approves the facility for that use, and I dare say, at what Councillor James has just alluded to, subject to the regs that they need to meet. Look, quite honestly, we are the facilitator, we're not the doers. I'm quite comfortable to rely on the fact that a group of allied services who are professionals, and some of them for a long time in their field, have made a decision around this to approach council around this facility based on a number of things. Number one being their capability to adequately supply this service and assist. And I stress, and I said it last week, it is a pilot. It's a dip a toe in the water to see how other linkages can be made. And the officers already highlighted that. It's around accessibility to this site by both those people who are selected, and I might add there's been no determination as to the types of people or genders that will be selected as this pilot program, and that's already been highlighted last week. There was some comments made that we'll have men and women together. Well, we don't even know that. Again, I stress, we're not the doers. We are the provider of the facility, potentially, if this stacks up. And around this capability or linkages to allied services and support networks in the vicinity of the CBD, which we know there are a multitude of them, and that's important for the clients to build some linkages through the day rather than, quote, be turfed out. I don't disagree with the depot option to be looked at possibly in the longer term. But if we wait for funding to improve, and we wait for numbers of boxes to be ticked, then I dare say we'd never dip our toe in the water to actually gain some credible results of which these allied expertise or allied services and experts can actually launch from there and look at further initiatives. I would dare say that the depot, the reason why we moved out of the depot council employees is because of building regs occ health and safety issues and a number of other things that would have to be dealt with on that site. And I find myself a bit perplexed at the General Manager for Planning and Development's comments about the building being far from meeting the regulations. Whether it's a person sleeping in the goods shed or a person there for an event, they are people there in that premises. I find it a bit hard that the facility that was project managed by the Infrastructure Services Group wouldn't have been delivered to a standard to ensure public safety. Now, that's notwithstanding there might be some different regs, quote, residential, but this is whether that sleeping in a temporary nature qualifies as a residential use. Yeah, technical planning terms, but I'm prepared to go with the fact that I think that this facility was delivered by the projects team to a suitable standard to ensure public safety requirements were met. So I'm happy to support the motion. I'm happy to get on with and allow people, professional people, to provide a pilot program to create linkages, and council can then perhaps be a facilitator a longer term of other initiatives. And by the way, I'd like to refer to Councillor Megan's comments that the Brisbane Council providing these services in car parks. I wonder if they stack up with regulations. Let's just give it a go, I say.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. Unless there's someone who hasn't spoken who wishes to speak against the motion, or there is a question, I think we've probably spent a fair bit of time on this. Councillor Summerfield, you have a brief question?
I do, Mr Mayor. So I'm just wondering, there's been a lot of discussion here today, which is really revealing and helpful, at the same time a bit confusing, but I'm just wondering if we do look at changing the date and we continue to focus on the goods shed because of its location rather than the depot, my question would be, is there potential for the goods shed to be booked in March, April, May, moving forward, given that it's $1,750 per day rental that we would actually receive from that hire of the facility? So we need to take that into consideration, because that's what I'm wondering. Will there be, there is potential, isn't there, for bookings to actually go in there?
You know, I have a certain amount of faith in our staff in that they will move through this, and if there are issues that need to be brought to us, they will do it. And I think there's adequate rhetoric in the resolution that allows some judgments to be made in the interests of the group, in the interests of those who are homeless. You know, and everyone who's spoken here today has an absolute passion to do something for the homeless, and we all do. And we see it everywhere we walk. Each weekend lately I have seen loads of people getting round, pushing those barrows, those trolleys, those shopping centre trolleys, and it's tragic. But there is a will in this organisation to help. This is one of the opportunities, and I think given some of the conditions around this and the faith that I have in our senior staff, I think we're in a pretty good space. The mover, do you wish to just sum up?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. And
you've got a question, Councillor Carl? Councillor
just in relation to what I foreshadowed, I was wondering whether the mover and seconder might incorporate that paragraph as well.
Thanks, Councillor Sean. Mr Mayor, I will sum up, but I will flag, I guess, an amendment based on the conversation that we've had around the room here. I would like to amend the motion so that council, and I'm happy to be guided by staff or the CEO on this, just that council in principle approve the use of the goods shed subject to, and I want to subject, because of the issues that have been raised here around fire compliance and stuff like that. Do we need stronger words, or does necessary council approvals? To me, that's what when put this forward last week, I felt that covered that. But if we feel that doesn't, we want to add words to that. So around the wording with necessarily council approvals. Can I also flag that we change the date, like if we take the date out from 1 to 28 of February 2021 to probably probably a 4-week consecutive period, and again, subject to availability. And I'll speak to these.
Rather than be this a formal amendment and we go through the process again, I would seek the consent of the mover and the seconder.
Yeah, that's me.
If those changes are minor and they're in the interests of a better understanding of the resolution. I think, Brian, I seek your advice, but rather than go through a formal amendment process, I think, as we have done many times, subject to the will of the mover and the second.
Yeah, totally agree, Mr Mayor, and as the mover, that's sort of why I sort of took this step, if that's okay.
Right.
So as the mover, I'm seeking, flagging obviously these changes, and the reason I want to make them, and I'm happy to be worked through this with the CEO and the officers, is all of the discussion that's been made here. And I can also tell you, as I said, having involvement with this actual this group that's working towards this, there's no hard and fast on February. It's basically trying to do it as soon as it is possible. But as has been pointed out here numerous times around the room, there's a lot of things to be worked out. But essentially, what we're doing is giving a starting point for them to work towards that. So I want to reflect that in this. So that if Council in principle approve the use of the good shed charge for a 4-week consecutive period, subject to availability in early 2021, I suppose, or might even need that for a trial.
Don't put a date. Don't put a year.
Yeah, you probably don't need a period. Just for a trial of the Toowoomba pop-up bed pilot program, subject to the necessary council approvals, including a hire agreement being executed under the auspices of the appropriate entity on behalf of the Toowoomba Housing and Home Stakeholder Group, and also that council investigate. Sorry, and that council investigate the appropriateness of the eastern side of the Anzac Avenue depot. Basically, what I'm getting at is maybe if we can just have it there that we explore that option as well. So the council investigate.
As an appropriate future site.
Mr Chair, Mr Mayor, there's no budget set aside for this, and the reason we left the depot.
There's no fund. This is cost council. There's no funding from council besides the donating the site.
Well, I would just say that you might make this unsupportable because there's a reason we left the site.
Councillor Summerfield.
If I could ask a question, please, in relation to subject to the necessary council approvals, does that include a cost? And if it does, we need to have transparency around what sort of costs would be involved in that.
Will be.
If these sort of things came to a workshop first, we wouldn't be in the pickle we're in today.
I agree.
Okay, I hear what you're saying.
We can't make decisions in info sessions.
No, we can
well,
inform.
We can nut
just
it
a moment, please. Order. Is that the motion that you have moved? The changed motion that you've moved, Councillor O'Shea? And do you have the...
If I can just read it, Mr Mayor, if that's okay.
And do you have the support of your seconder?
It might even be also that council also investigate the appropriateness, because as it's been mentioned here, that might be a better site, for example, maybe.
For the trial or a trial?
Yeah, well, for the trial, I think is...
Councillor Carl, just a brief question.
Just through you to Councillor James. Councillor James, do you think that the words council also investigate implies a body of work for council? Wouldn't it be more appropriate to say that council invites whoever this group is of allied services to make further investigations or do some further investigation to this alternative site? And I would feel comfortable with supporting because...
Yeah, and it's a good point. That's what it necessarily has to be, but it comes back, if they see it as an appropriate site, then it's to come back to Toowoomba Regional Council again as the owner to
It's just that we have no additional money for budget to make investigations around appropriateness of building. These are the guys who are the experts. I'm not saying they're experts in building regs and town planning regs and compliance, but give them the invitation to investigate that site, then that may be a next body or chapter of work beyond this initial pilot.
Yeah.
So, Mr Mayor, could I just make a brief comment, because council has slated that property for sale, and I mean, really, we have no budget. It's been left because of the reason that it wasn't appropriate and needed too much money to be spent on it. We're not the benefactors. We have a ratepayer's money, and that site was left, and it has been put for sale. So I think that, and council has adopted that with a resolution in this room. So I think you need to be very careful by putting that there.
Councillor O'Shea.
Yeah, well, the reason I've added this into it is because I sort of heard it come up a couple of times around the room. So I'm happy to, well, with the acceptance of the seconder, I'm happy to test the motion.
I think there'll be a fairly quick answer about the Anzac Avenue site. A very quick answer. A very quick answer is my view. Talk about safety and all the rest of it. I think it'll be a very quick answer. Righto.
So,
where are we? Do you wish to sum up?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Before we go to a vote?
Sure, Mr Mayor, if I may. Thank you. I brought this obviously to the table last week. This is something that's obviously a moving feast, and everyone around the table has obviously reflected the importance around the issue. A couple of things I just want to clarify. So what we, as in Toowoomba Regional Council, is doing essentially here is facilitating a program. So the stakeholder working group is the one that's going to run the actual program, and you're talking about state government agencies, local government, local suppliers or services in this particular area. It's a large cohort from your bases to Mission to Yellow Bridge to St Vincent's, and the list goes on and on, so that are engaged in this. And I think there's been some really good questions raised around this, and as I said, that they're all the questions that the group is asking. Why this has come in this fashion is because they've identified that we have a crisis on our hands in our city right now, like never before when it comes to homelessness. This pilot program has been run successfully in other parts across Australia, so Brisbane, the Gold Coast and other areas. So they're following that program. So Bed Down Australia is that particular program. So it is a short-term solution to obviously working towards a long-term goal. So I just want to be really clear on that. I mean, the idea behind this from a short term is that it's able to, one, try and assist rough sleepers who are in crisis right now. Two, it obviously helps to quantify data of homeless, what exists out in our community. And three, it's obviously about trying to work towards transitioning out of homelessness. So the comment before raised just around the services that are during the day, all of these services, and a lot of those that I mentioned before, they're volunteering their time at night. So they'll work during the day, or they'll restructure the workers to be there at night, so to provide services to the people here that are involved. So why I bring this forward and why I support it, and I'm happy with the changes we made here to broaden it out a little bit, is this is our opportunity as local government to play our role in trying to help towards the solution. A couple of times it's been brought up, and we've used that tagline around rich traditions and bold ambitions. There's no bolder ambition than trying to rebuild someone's life, but there's no richer reward than if you're able to do that. So we have the opportunity to play a role in that, and that's why I support this motion. And as I said, and then if this is to go through, we then have faith in a group of local individuals who work in this field day and night, 365 days a year, that understand the issue, and they see merit in doing this as a trial. They have said straight yesterday, we won't do this if we see it as something that is doing more harm than good. We won't do something if we, in their professional opinion, are setting people up to fail. So that gives me confidence that they are the experts in the field and are working towards this goal. So I see council, this is our opportunity to play our part in the program, and I see this is the way that we can do it.
Close the debate. Can I just simply say that there's tremendous passion around this room to support those people who need support. And I mean, as I have said previously, you've only got to drive the streets of Toowoomba and you actually see it. It's getting worse. We need to try to do something about it. And can I just simply say, in the last few weeks and the issues that I've seen, I've been in constant touch with Derek Tuffield from Lifeline, and his support and his passion to support people in that area has been absolutely amazing. And anyone that I've met with and had a chat to, and I've referred to Derek, they've certainly been supported. Look, that closes the debate. The resolution is before you. It's been well discussed. It's been a lot of, as I said, a lot of passion around this subject, around this table, and I thank each and every one of you very much for sharing your thoughts and for the passion that you had for homeless people. Put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried. Councillors, I think we may have lunch. Someone like to move accordingly, please? Councillor Shine and Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? Carried. 1:36. I think we'll have about 40 minutes, if that's okay. I'll Declare the meeting open again, thanks. And we move to item 8.5, Finance and Business Strategy.
Did we do everything in?
No, I think there was one
No.
taken out of environment.
I think there was one left,
We've
wasn't
got
there?
item 9.
Yeah, didn't you take one out, Rebecca?
No, she didn't.
I thought someone had pulled 9 out.
I've pulled out
Cultural
9.
burning, sorry, my apologies. Item 9, you pulled it out for separate consideration.
Yes, thanks.
Okay, well, the meeting's open. We're discussing item 9, consideration of cultural burning as complementary to council's land management. Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Councillors, I've pulled this one out because this morning I received an email as well. It was directed to Councillors McMahon and O'Shea and members of staff. And so I apologise, well, I don't apologise, I didn't send it, but I acknowledge that all councillors haven't received this, but it's from Paul Dawson, who is the General Manager of the Bunya People's Aboriginal Corporation. And as I said, it only came this morning and it's 3 pages in length, but in it he writes to highlight some concerns regarding and points made in this report that's before us for consideration. And just to give you sort of some of the headlines, he talks about wanting to correct the experience and expertise that's suggested in the report. He has concerns about the relationship formation, and I won't go on, but basically there's enough in there that I don't think it can be addressed here in this session. And so to address the correctness of the statements in that report, I propose deferring consideration of the report until the January ordinary meeting so that our staff have an opportunity to incorporate this response into our report.
Okay, any comments around the room?
Well, Mr Mayor, I haven't got the email, so I can't comment on it.
And that's why I think it should be deferred so that it can be considered by councillors as well.
So if I can ask Councillor Von Hoff, what are the major changes you want to make that sort of makes it difficult for us to assess it now?
Well, as I said, Mr Chair, it's 3 pages long, this email, and I only received it this morning, so I can try as best I can to highlight some of them. But Mr Dawson says that the report gives an indication of the capacity and the Bunya people's expertise that he disagrees with. And he also says that where they're best suited to perform burns, he disagrees with, and he lists examples of country type where in 2020 the corporation conducted cultural burns. BPAC also feel that the relationship is being overburdened with unnecessary processes and legislative issues. And the report goes into detail about what, in Council's opinion, the best way forward to performing those relationships is. So, I mean, that's just skimming the surface of this. It's enough that I think a little bit more time should be taken so that a full and correct statement is reflected in the council report.
Well, probably to test the meeting, if you want to move along those lines, that the matter be deferred till next month. We'll seek a seconder and we'll go into debate. If you wish to move that, Councillor Von Hoff, let's move that. Councillor Carl, you happy to second that?
Yeah, Mr
Okay,
Chair,
thank you. Anyone wishing to go into debate in respect to this matter? If not, I think you've probably summed it up pretty well.
Yep.
I'm quite happy to put that to the vote. I'll close the debate. Those in favour? Those against? The motion's carried. Right, we move then to Finance and Business Strategy Committee report, which there are 2 confidential matters, and I headed off into that prematurely just before. Do you wish to make a comment, either Councillor Shine or Councillor McDonald?
The comment that I make is I'm happy to move as per recommendation from
Move it as per recommendation. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Shine. Those in favour? It's carried. Right, we move to item 8.6, which is the Economic Development Committee, and of course Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan has gone to great lengths to explain the situation that you're involved in, and I think, Brian, rather than us have Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan go through all that once again, would it be fair to say that that matter has been recorded? Yes. And I guess when we get to item 04, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, you will leave the room temporarily?
I pull it out.
Righto. In respect to item 03, temporary economic development incentives for the non-residential development policy, I guess that's the matter. Do we have a mover there? Councillor Von Hoff has moved. Councillor McDonald has seconded. Any comments around the room? Anyone wishing to debate that? From my point of view, I think the communications I've received from that industry have been particularly positive.
Yes.
And I congratulate our staff on actually focusing on the end of, the aspect of this where they really do create the jobs with the incentive. So I'll close the debate. Those in favour? That is carried without dissent. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan will move to item 4. I suggest you don't go too far away. Councillors will move to item 4, which is the Toowoomba and Surat Basin Enterprise Funding Deed and Key Performance Indicators. I think there's was a degree of agreement around this too. Was someone wishing to move? Councillor McDonald has moved. Second to Councillor McMahon. Any comments? Wish to comment, Councillor?
Not a comment as such, but just I from time to time have dinner with Ali Davenport and Catherine McCaffrey. I don't believe I have any conflict of interest. No. Thank you.
Well, look, quite frankly, she took me aside the other day and gave me some advice, which I didn't necessarily accept, but, it was a fairly in-depth conversation that we had about certain things, and anyhow, she put her point, I put my point, and I think I'm really comfortable with the relationship I have with Ali. I think she's an outstanding CEO. She does a great job, and the organisation is well led. So, any other comments around the room? Some like to move in respect to item 04.
We already have.
We have moved, have we?
We've moved and seconded,
Yeah, McDonald, McMahon, sorry. Whoops. Bring on Christmas. Those in favour? That's carried.
Righto. Vote against.
Councillor,
can I record my vote against, please?
Oh, you vote against, right.
Yes.
You'll have to record.
Quite happy. Councillor
we'll have to
Carl
call the division.
record his vote against.
We have to call a division because Megan's out too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we actually do.
Yeah, I have to call a division. Have to take that vote again.
Division sorted?
Right.
Only Councillor Carl. Right, we move then to our monthly performance statement. Anne-Marie.
Good afternoon, councillors.
Hi, Anne-Marie.
Section 204, the Local Government Regulation, requires the monthly performance statement to be presented to councillors. That's the purpose of this report. It should be noted that the results of the September budget review are reflected in the figures presented today. And the significant implications for November are that our water rate notices were issued and due the 17th of November. And at this point in time, rates and charges currently tracking as we would expect them to. So no issues there. If we move on to the consolidated financial performance statement, so again, overall, the operating result, we've got a 1% variance in income and a 1% variance in operational expenditure. So, as I said, it's exactly as we would expect to track at this point in time. Again, outstanding rates and charges, there is very strong evidence with COVID no longer impacting. So councillors would recall we suspended all debt collection activities during the period, but we are back on track and with normal compared to the same time last year. Other components of operating income, again, tracking very closely to budget, as we would expect now. Operational expenditure, again, we're tracking to... I'll wait for Wendy to catch up with the... Sorry about that, Wendy. Consolidated financial performance statement.
Right.
There you go. Operational expenditure, again, labour tracking well. Materials and services, councillors will be reminded that we re-baselined that operating budget, so that was reducing budgets back. That was a report to councillors in October. So again, we would expect to be tracking closely with that one. 3% variance in materials, underspent at the moment, but we have made amendments to the budget to reflect where we feel we'll be for the year. I think the most notable area to mention is capital expenditure, but we'll have a quick look at capital income. Again, tracking as we would expect, with the exception of infrastructure charges, which are over 3 million ahead of where we were at the same time last year. And there has been a lot reflected in the media about the various stimulus packages that are currently out in the community and the impact that's having. So we can see that reflected here in our infrastructure charges. So we're working with the planning team at the moment, and we will be bringing that back to councillors with a full review at the February budget review, so budget review 2. I'm looking at capital expenditure then. So 57.6 million delivered year to date, 27%. So that is reflective of where we were at the same time last year. So obviously we are tracking this very closely this year. There's a 1% variance with budgets and actuals, but we are very conscious that we don't want to have a result at the end of the financial year where we're not delivering what we said we would deliver. With the pandemic response, there's 4.8 million delivered, or 9.6% of the programme. So we are aware that Nellie Robinson project has commenced, with the expectation that that project will be completed before the 30th of June. There are 2 significant tenders out in the pandemic response at the moment, the stage 3 of the Empire Theatre Works and Highfields Library. I'm sorry, I'll correct myself there. They're not out. They're closed and currently being evaluated. So we expect early in the new financial year that we will make an announcement around the appointment of those. So again, pandemic response, so it's local suppliers delivering these projects. I think it's important just to remind ourselves that the strategic intent of the pandemic response was that we would deliver the projects locally, but we don't want to be going into competition with other funding that's out in the community at the moment. So Budget Review 2 will provide us with an opportunity to look at those projects and see what can be deferred till next year. Then we're better off deferring them to the following financial year if it means ongoing engagement for local suppliers.
Any questions for the GM? Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Thanks, Anne-Marie. A question about debt collection.
Yes.
You were saying that we're tracking as would be expected, and we had previously suspended our debt collection. Is it still suspended, or have we reinstated that? And is there a time in the future where you would expect to reinstate that? What's the plan, I suppose?
Okay, so this year we deferred the sales for arrear process completely, so we will not be going back over that one, but we have commenced, if you like, our soft collection, so sending out reminder notices, going through arrangements to pay, making phone calls and working with ratepayers to ensure programmes are in place to assist. Thanks.
Further questions? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Emery, just clarifying the tender for the Highfields Library, it would be, I thought I heard you say the first part of next financial year, but it would be the calendar year, would it not? The tender?
Oh, sorry, you're right, the calendar year.
Yeah,
the calendar
okay.
year. So that closed on the 1st of December.
Yeah.
It's healthy subscription to that tender,
Good.
so there's quite a lot to be reviewed, and it's a difficult period to be reviewing tenders over the holiday period with not a great deal of availability. So we're looking end of January, beginning of February, that one should be finalised.
Terrific. That's fine. Just have a follow-up. Anne-Marie, you mentioned around 27% of our capital program that has been delivered in around about 42% of the year gone. I know we use a straight line budgeting process. However, and this is a concern that council have had for many a year in regard to back-ending our capital program, just by the very nature of what we do. Has there been any conversation at ELT level around, I know we say we're tracking from previous years, but previous years may not necessarily be the best example because we have under-delivered in some cases. We haven't been able to deliver the whole program. So has there been conversation around perhaps strategic ways of us flattening out that spend that's back-ended each financial year?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, certainly there has been a lot of discussion at ELT regarding the delivery of the Capital Works programme. It is a significant programme this year. We started with 215, we reduced it to 212.9 at BR, but we will be taking measures. ELT is very closely monitoring that, and we will take this discussion back to councillors as part of the February budget review.
Thank you.
Any further questions? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of the monthly report, performance report, please? Councillor McDonald. Seconder, please. Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour? That's carried. We move then to planning report. Stuart.
Good afternoon, Mr Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. Basically, I'll just talk probably about 3 or 4 items. The first item was the launch of the Invest Toowoomba CBD. The Mayor and Ali Davenport, the aforementioned, and Todd Rule, I think you'd call them the holy triumvirate of economic development in the Toowoomba region, came together to launch that document, the Invest Toowoomba CBD, which was prepared basically by TRC's Economic Development Unit, and highlights all those opportunities that are available out there in commercial land, and particularly around our CBD. The Mayor and the Deputy Mayor took part in the 3rd China Shenzhen International Friendship Cities Conference. So TRC is definitely doing its bit to try and bring the relationship back into alignment. This follows, of course, the relationship that we forged through the MOU, I think 2 years ago now. The inaugural Bridge Street Quarry Development Advisory Committee meeting was held on the 26th of November. The meeting included a significant presentation by KPMG, who of course prepared the Bridge Street Quarry redevelopment feasibility study in 2018. Regional architecture, I'll just point out again, there's pretty good numbers in terms of the searches that have been done and conducted by that unit. The other statistics are there, along with development services and development engineering and plumbing services. The only other matter I'd raise was the final paragraph there, which talks about having written nearly $9 million worth of infrastructure charges notices in the last month. So we look like there will be continuing to have a reasonable growth in the amount of infrastructure charges flowing into council's coffers over the next little while. Are there any questions?
Any questions, Councillor Shine and Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan?
Yeah, just briefly, you referred to the number of searches remains high. Just could you give us an idea of what type of searches they are? Have they anything to do with heritage and architecture, or is it basically building?
Planning certificates. There's various grades of planning certificates. The usual planning certificate is the lower cost one, which really just provides advice on the zoning and the statutory processes there. There are other bits of information, and some of which is what you're talking about, is to do with heritage or what have you. So there's various certificates that the guys issue upon request, generally when someone's buying land.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Stuart, this morning, it's not part of the report, but this morning you sent around a copy of the UDIA September quarterly report. I wonder if you might make a comment about some of the results from that and sort of just give us a bit of a précis of what, how Toowoomba's tracking in comparison to other local governments reported in that document.
Thank you very much for that question, Councillor. Yes, indeed, UDIA has sent out its most recent research paper on on their tracking of various councils in the SEQ in particular, the larger councils, and how they compare with each other in terms of their performance, I guess, particularly in terms of planning and development, DAs, MCUs, RALs and what have you. And for example, with the MCUs for the September quarter, just looking at maybe the average decision time, because as you will realise, there's been comments in the media and elsewhere about TRC's performance in that area. And if I can point you to, and I actually sent a copy of this out to every councillor as well, for you to have a look at. We perform pretty well in regard to that matter. Average decision time, we had compared to Ipswich of 16, Logan at 22, Moreton Bay at 40. That's 40 days I'm talking about here. Redland 25 days and Toowoomba 21 days. So we're second on that particular rung in terms of turnaround times with our MCUs. I would add that the turnaround time under the Act is 35 days total, and that includes the 10 days of advice notice of having received the application. For RALs, for example, the days of number of days for turnaround averaged Ipswich 81, Logan 40, Moreton Bay 33, Redland 29 and Toowoomba 24. So we head the league table on that one. Operational works, again, average decision time, 28 days for Ipswich, 17 for Logan, 10 for Moreton Bay, 22 for Redland and 9 for Toowoomba. Surprise, surprise. So, and it goes on. There's some good reading in there, and it bodes well for the performance of TRC's planning staff, in that they do take seriously their obligation to try and turn around development applications as quickly as is possible, given the quality of applications sometimes and other circumstances. But when you compare it, and this has been compared by the UDIA, who at times have been our critics, it's interesting reading. So I commend it to councillors, and thank you for the question, councillor.
Any other questions for the GM? Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mr Chair. So I was interested to hear what the tone of the virtual conference of the Chinese sister cities was, given the current world environment. I just wondered what the Mayor and Deputy Mayor got out of that conference.
Well, probably not a whole lot. It was a fairly difficult thing. It was, I don't know how you felt about it, Councillor McDonald, but it was, we weren't involved in terms of speaking. We were recognised, it was recognised that we were there. It was a Shaoxing International Cities Conference, and there were probably hundreds of cities involved. I didn't find it terribly enlightening. I would rather have a direct contact with Shaoxing or Yushang or whoever we're dealing with at the moment. I don't know if you wanted to comment, Councillor McDonald. It was
yeah, I think it was pretty. There wasn't too many topical things around trade. Put it that way. Within the conference, it was more around. If I could follow it correctly, it was more just around connections to people, and that's about all. There really wasn't much substance from an economic perspective in regard to it that I could make out. Anyway.
Well, the thing that interested me in Yushang and Shaoxing, which is the bigger area, and then finally Hangzhou, where there's an international airport, was the potential we had to trade with that part of China, where there's over 25 million people. That's the very reason we went on the, that I felt we went on the journey. Yushang, I think it's hundreds of thousands of people only. Shaoxing is bigger. Then, of course, as I mentioned, Hangzhou with the airport and the potential to trade. Now, to be quite honest, Brian and I were the two that travelled there. It has not been an easy journey. It has not been an easy journey at all, but we did get to a stage where we've had them out here. We did get to a stage where we have a bit of an understanding. I'm not overconfident about the future of the relationship, to be honest. I think in view of the current situation, trade, and as Councillor McDonald said, it was I didn't feel that there was a whole lot of benefit for us in that particular thing, but that was a personal opinion.
Question?
Yep, question.
Yeah, just a question. Thank you. Thanks, thanks, Stuart. Just in regard to the growth plan 2050 that's underway, and we note in your report last week you mentioned another lobby group or active group, Advancing Toowoomba.
Yes.
Just wondering how that growth plan work is going and how the dynamics are in regard to the stakeholders and council.
Yep. There's been two meetings, one with Advancing Toowoomba, which is just a small number of key developer figures in Toowoomba. And then there was a broader last Thursday, a much broader workshop, which included those folk as well as other representatives of the development industry, consultants, investors, and a whole range of other people that are involved in that business. And that went very well. It was a starter. It was explaining to the development industry what it is we intend to do, how we intend to do it, the timelines involved, and we got some initial feedback through some workshop activities and what have you. So it is going very well. It's certainly on time. We're looking to have some major feedback from our consultants early in the new year, around February or March maybe. We'll be bringing that to council. A lot of that material will be looking at the land that is currently shown as available for development in our planning scheme, and really vetting that closely to see what is developable and what's not. And they're going to be looking at issues such as, for example, in some of the assumptions that were built into the previous planning scheme, and certainly assumptions that underpin the SEQ regional plan, is a mix of housing, medium density housing, greenfield housing. Now what's happening in Toowoomba, and actually it's not that unique across other councils, but certainly here it's quite outstanding that there's been a complete fall away of investment in medium density multiple unit development. There's been a surge in detached housing, But our objectives really are, and our assumptions have been built on the fact that housing will be split between the medium density styles of housing, the missing middle, as it's been called, and the detached housing format in our greenfield areas. So we're relying, one wheel's fallen off, I guess, of the chariot, and so we're rolling along on one wheel, which is the detached housing greenfield area at the moment, which is not providing, it's not meeting the propositions, I guess, that we were looking at in terms of the current planning scheme and certainly the SUQ regional plan. So we'll be looking at that as an issue as well. It's not just greenfield.
Thanks.
Any further questions for the GM? If not, are you confident that we have enough land coming through and that will be available? I guess there are a number of opinions in the community, including that we could run out of land by the 31st of March. Available land for housing.
I received a report from one of our development figures that they had done, which was a report on the anticipated lot yields up until the 31st of March of next year. And that's what it was. What are we expecting? What's coming through the pipeline and what have you? It wasn't, as it was put to me initially, anything to do with availability of developable land. It's really all what is coming through the process of approvals, RALs and ops works, which means the developers having to get in and build the roads and the pipes and what have you, and get the land sealed. And it was saying that there's certainly sufficient up until that date that they were given a study to, which is the 31st. But that's not a comment on the amount of available developable land in the planning scheme. It's a very different question. And to answer that one, that's going to come through the investigations that are being done at the moment in terms of the regional study. But I would have thought, just from the figures that we've got in front of us at the moment, that, if you looked at some figures, it would say we have 6 years ahead of us, depending on how you develop the land. My comfort area would be 3 years. I think we have 3 clear years of developable land at the moment, which is far, far short of what we should have. We should need to have 7 to 10 years ahead, so we are significantly below what we probably should be. But the 3 years that I'm talking about is not scientifically based. It's based on my reading of information and the reports that have come through in terms of various parcels of land. And also, we're getting new development, a new development coming in, every 6 months or so, which means that there's still areas out there that can be developed and is being developed and will provide lots into the future.
So what's from final approval of an individual lot to its it being available for housing and the development has to happen in there, what's the normal time frame?
In terms of starting from scratch with a
You've just had the land approved and you want to make a subdivision there.
Oh, okay.
What's the normal time?
Yep. Okay. Well, if the subdivision, let's say it's a 50-lot stage, comes into council, that is an RAL, and that approval, providing everything's according to Hoyle in terms of infrastructure and what have you, that would be about a 3 to 4 month process for a 50-lot stage. At that stage, the developer then takes that plan and gets it designed by a civil engineer and other engineers and lodges for the RAL. And at that stage, they get their engineering plans approved, they go off and construct the 50 lots, and then once that's done, and those lots come on maintenance, they can then, we would seal the plan. So generally, if they're looking at a 4 to 5, 6 month construction period from approval of plans to construction, you're probably looking at 6-7 months from beginning to end under normal circumstances. At the moment, both the officers are speeding up the approval process for the RALs in particular, and the developers are really working hard to shorten that standard time back to maybe 4 months to get to the position where they can get their plans sealed.
Okay.
They can actually enter into contracts to sell lots once they have the RAL, once they have the have the operational works approval in place. Okay. But they can't actually exchange. They can't. The owners can't take possession of that title until it's sealed, and the titles office won't accept it.
Councillor Carl.
Yeah, through you, Chair. If I may, I make a comment based on the General Manager's comments earlier before about the missing middle and medium density. I encourage councillors that I would say to councillors there will be a considerable body of work in the planning scheme review ahead of us in considering how we meet those targets and that missing middle. And for those of us who've been through that before, it's almost like the merry-go-round. It'll come around again, and it'll be no doubt a hot topic with some in the community and a much welcome topic with others. But I do agree it's an essential part of living choice for the community, and it's essential that we are using our resources, i.e., or not our resources, but we are being good custodians of how the available land and living choices are rolled out for community. And that'll be quite a considerable body of work in this new review coming up. So it'll be an interesting one. I'm sure you would agree, Mr Mayor, has been through it before. It'll be a lively topic, no doubt.
Yep. Any other questions for the GM? Okay, if not, do I have a mover for the receipt of that? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Seconder, please. Councillor Carl. Those in favour?
Thanks, councillors.
Thanks very much, Stu. Damien, Water and Waste Services.
Good morning, Mr Mayor, and good morning, councillors. Well, good afternoon, councillors, sorry. Councillors, November was a pretty hot month. We had 15 days over 30 degrees and 10 days over 35 degrees. So you can see those evaporation numbers in the dams are relatively high. So evaporation is a function of wind and surface temperatures. Hotter and windier it is, more that blows away. So councillors, at the end of the month, we're sitting on 31.1 in the dams. As of last Friday, we're at 30.8, and I'm very pleased to say, Mr Mayor, that over the last sort of 3 days, I haven't got today's numbers, but Crestbrook's received 46.2 millimetres, Perseverance 69, and Crestbrook, Kubi 38.8. So we are seeing a bit of a few raindrops in there. Councillors, I've just, as we were approaching 30%, it is a mark in people's minds. I did just put there the restriction triggers. We haven't modified our restriction triggers, Mr Mayor. We modified the water restrictions last year in terms of the actual targets and the actions at those targets for the residential customers. And we went into medium level water restrictions in the Toowoomba bulk a little bit before this 30% trigger. So when we hit 30%, nothing magical will happen. We'll continue, but at the moment I think that will probably be in the new year, somewhere in the first couple of months there, Mr Mayor. As I go along through the report into water project services, there's a couple of pictures there of the high lift pump building has been erected at Perseverance Pump Station. The high voltage switch gear, along with all the high and HV and the low voltage switchboards, have been delivered to site. We've got removal of all of the existing pumping equipment, is almost complete. Much of that is laying down now at the new depot and waiting for an artisan to assist me or assist Environment Community Services to do some kind of appropriate memorial to that gear that has served the community so well. So works on the high lift is approximately 50% complete. We are happy with the progress of that pump station. We are expecting it to Perseverance to come back online late March, and subject to any adverse weather or conditions like that, Mr Mayor, we should have that dam back online in March. Might just jump further down into the report, down into Toowoomba Dams and the Wivenhoe system. Councillors, we have been pumping since the 1st of July. We've brought up 6,063 megalitres. So that's of the 10,000 target. So we will keep running that gear while there's no storms in the area, bring it up as quick as we can, and then see where we're at a little bit later in the year. Mr Mayor, the new energy generation, this is the proposal there are 3 proponents. One proponent has withdrawn, Mr Mayor. We've got 2 that have gone through to gate 2. That is BE Power, which is the hydro proposal, and the ETCT, which is the Kubi solar proposal. So go across, Mr Mayor, into waste services. All major plants, we've now actually opened the Clyton, but as of the end of the month, we were preparing for the opening of the Clyton waste facility, and at that time, all the inductions were being done early last week, and the major plant equipment's being delivered to site. Further down there, just underneath the curbside collection data, Council's received its quarterly notification from Visy with 2.2 approximately million container refund scheme containers processed through the curbside collection. So that's a great piece of news to hit, Mr Mayor, and we're taking that away from landfill with the success of our yellow bins. The landfill gas project, the wells are expanding. We've got about 3 kilometres of gas pipework now installed. Gas production is meeting our expectations. We are continuing to test and flare that. As we prove up that resource over a period of time, then we'll actually determine the precise size of the generator that we'll procure and put over at Watala. And the preliminary design and due diligence studies are continuing for the waste management facility at Millmerran in your hometown, Mr Mayor, adjacent to the site of the existing landfill. And the waste management strategy, the Your Say survey has been successfully engaging with the community. 913 responses, so that's it's a voluntary survey. Quite a good response rate, and we'll bring the feedback back to council early in 2021. Mr Mayor.
Questions for the GM? Councillor Shine.
Thank you. You mentioned, with respect to Toowoomba Dams and Wivenhoe system, the amount pumped out so far. It represents, according to the report, 60% of the annual 10,000 megalitre target. Bear in mind we've just completed 5 months of the year. Is there a concern about, that level, and what happens if we exceed it?
We won't exceed 10 gigalitres, the 10,000 megalitres. We'll stop pretty much on the dime. If we get a significant rain event over this summer, that would be very pleasing. If the dam Crestbrook goes above sort of 40% level, the efficiency of that dam unit of the pump goes down, so more power, more cost for fewer litres. So we'll watch the dam levels over the summer period and adjust any sort of pumping regime that we're thinking of. But the intention this year is to bring up the 10 gigalitres, and we should be done either April or May, depending on how much storm interruption we have over the summer, Mr Mayor.
Okay, so if I could just note concerns then. You mentioned earlier in the report under water sources that Perseverance Dam is offline until the first quarter, and that's just sort of keeping it in reserve as opposed to any malfunction or anything like that?
No, we've actually removed the pump set from Perseverance. The dam is completely offline. We are replacing what was a single longest line shaft in the Southern Hemisphere. They don't build them like that anymore. We are putting a low lift pump, 2 low lift pumps and 2 high lift pumps into there. We're completely changing the configuration, making it contemporary and modern. It will be hopefully one of our most resilient dams. It will also have an 11 kV electricity feeder rather than the 3.3 kV. 3.3 is very old gear. It's hard to get the parts for those. You may remember in the fires last year, Mr Mayor, we lost Crestbrook, we lost C1 at the dam, and we lost C2 at the ski boat club. Perseverance was kept online and Kubi was kept in reserve. So the operating model at the moment is bring everything up from Wivenhoe, keep Crestbrook going. Perseverance is, I can't turn Perseverance on until after March, and Kubi is in reserve. So we had a couple of issues a few weeks ago, and we were just running out of Kubi Dam. So but Kubi isn't enough to keep Toowoomba going.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thanks for the report, Damien. I just had a couple of questions in a couple of the projects. So the Spillway project, is there a timeline implemented for this project? And also the Southern Pipeline project, do we have timelines for those 2 projects?
Yes, we do. The dam spillway is that it's budgeted and was brought back through Anne-Marie. We did the long-term financial modelling and put it into the 10-year capital works program to do the 100% meeting of the regulatory requirement for those 2 spillways, but Kubi Dam and Crestbrook, and we'll be doing that in the mid-2020s. So it'll all be done by 2026, 2027. That's that $203 million that we spoke about in the chamber, bringing that work in.
Yeah, no, I'm well aware of the project. I'm just wondering, could you circulate that timeline to us so that we can understand, you know, when the tender happens, all that sort of thing?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure.
And also the Southern Pipeline.
So the Southern Pipeline, councillors, the one in here is our version, Toowoomba Regional Council's version of a Southern Pipeline that takes it and stops at Clifton. Nice round even numbers, equivalent to about 1 year's growth in Toowoomba. About a bit over a sort of a capacity for a gigalitre per annum. We have always said with the state government throughout this, when they last came to chamber, was that in December we would have a no regrets approach to the business process and the business case. Toowoomba's where it needs to be. That is, we're pretty much ready to have a decision and go forward with our version of a pipeline hanging off Wairema and being a potable pipeline and stopping at Clifton. It's along the same alignment as the state government would be interested in for a pipeline to Warwick, and I've got some officer level conversations later this week, and I understand they're going to Southern Downs as well, and we'll bring a decision to council. I'm aiming for January's meeting.
Okay, thank you. And that'll have the timeline in there as well, will it?
I'll be asking for a commitment to that, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
So the latest from the state government is on the Warwick pipeline. It's very confusing, and there's, you know, our end of it as elected members seems to be pretty much difficult to find anything out.
Yes, indeed.
Mr Mayor, I'll have a little bit more after Thursday. I know I've got a meeting with one of our critical customers on Thursday, so Ray might be doing the conversation with the Department of Natural Resources. We'll come back and update the councillors on the outcome of that and the anticipation of a paper in January 2021. My God, the years are flying past, and be able to go from there.
Yes, it hasn't been an easy journey. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Damien, you might have told us about this before and I just can't remember. The Memorandum of Understanding between Council and the Western Downs Council, can you just remind me about that with the joint procurement of waste and recycling collection services?
Yes, so we brought that through Council as a decision. So it's basically a joint tendering and procurement exercise, and then it will be separate contracts. So we may opt for different separable portions. We may, there's the flexibility to consider different number of bins and configuration and sizing of bins. That's all in that. Western Downs will have its own contract, so they, in theory, could choose a different contractor to us, and then they would manage their contract. But amalgamating or levelling up these contracts to get logistics synergies absolutely makes sense, particularly where waste is going. I mean, it's quite an interesting decade for waste, the 2020s. It's certainly going more in the 2020s and in these late teens than waste has ever gone before. I think the introduction of the yellow bin many years ago, but these things, that industry really is coming to its forefront. So, but we could have the same contractor, we could have a potentially different one.
Any further questions? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Through you to Damien. Thanks, Damien. Just wanted to pick up on the smart meters and obviously the interest part of that, and whether it's on track for the spend for this financial year.
Thank you for the question, Councillor McDonald. We got a larger expression of interest from a broader dynamic and some of the traditional players, as well as some new technologies coming in. So through the assessments are underway at the moment, and once we get a concept by the successful consortium, then we'll be in a much better place to be able to forecast the rate of spend. And we envisage being there. They're in the second round of assessment at the moment. We envisage being there for BR2, so we'll have a much more realistic, once we've picked a consortium, and of the timing of how quickly we can get that into the ground.
Thanks. Just to follow up, in regard to the, I just note in the report, General Manager, that you talk about the SCADA system or SCADA system and potential, let's say, servicing issues maybe or whatever in regard to that. I just wondered what the organisation was planning or what were you planning in regard to the SCADA system?
SCADA, we've got a number of different platforms of SCADA. Some of them are legacy SCADA from pre-amalgamation, a range of technologies and ages of that technology. One of the suppliers has given us a notice of discontinuance of that line, so we're buying critical spares. They had previously done that in 2019, I think it was, somewhere in there, when we bought some of their gear as well. So I think that we'll be better placed in the first quarter of 21-22, find sufficient funding to being reprioritised this year, so that the changes that we want to do to the existing projects can meet their milestones. I'm not concerned with the. I'm concerned that we do have the critical spares. We've got those. We're procuring those. I'm not concerned with it all falling over I believe we're prepared for that, and there is a plan to actually modernise the SCADA system and get us onto a manageable number of platforms. One would be ideal.
Yeah. Any further questions? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report? Councillor Bonhoff. Seconder, please. Councillor Summerfield. Those in favour? Motion's carried.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks very much, Damien. Infrastructure Services, Mike.
Well, good afternoon, councillors.
Good day, Mike.
And Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to all. from all in our group, and thank you for your support and well wishes through the last 12 months. It's been a challenging year, but we've all got to the end of it at least. But thank you. In regards to the report, a few things coming through in November. One thing is quite interesting is the changes to the crash analytics reporting system that we can now get access into. That's been a long time coming. When I say a long time, it's probably been, the old system probably dates back at least a decade, if not longer. So the ability for us to get information that's probably potentially only a couple of months old rather than a year or two old is more readily is really good. So that's through the state. And that's the sort of information we use as background information towards black spot submissions and different things like that. So very important to have that accessibility. From a construction maintenance perspective, a lot of work happening across the whole of the region. We're doing a lot of support work for other groups as well, like the Highfields. We've got a couple of crews on the Highfields Library project, and obviously just coming off the water work, the Perseverance water main. So a lot of support across the other groups as well. But the rehab program's going pretty well across the region, and a couple of projects that have been in sort of, I suppose, the to-do list, and the final works on Kumbunji Road under the second range crossing. So that's sort of an outcome out of going back about 12 months from what we negotiated and wrap up with Nexus. There's other works, the low-cost seal works that we've been doing, particularly just recently around Hampton, both Davidson Road and Chapman Street, and a couple of other smaller works up that way. Another one that is the different stages that we're taking forward with Kingsthorpe in respect to improving the drainage issues around Kingsthorpe. So this is could say probably a second stage of quite a number of improvements. So this embankment, Settlers Park in Kingsthorpe, was recently completed, and good to see. We mentioned, again, part of the rehab program is our major asphalt rehabilitation program at Newston Road out near the Boral Quarry. Was a major strengthening exercise out there with the road. It was starting to deform, deteriorate pretty significantly, and so we've used some fairly, what we think are strong asphalts, particularly the EME2, which is a high modulus asphalt, a very strong asphalt, but we've also used bitumen impregnated geogrid in that mix as well to maximise the strength. So with all those quarrying trucks coming out of there continuously on a daily basis, it does put a lot of pressure and stress on the network just in that location. A very busy section of road. Further, the Toowoomba road bridge is progressing well, and the bridge itself will go close in itself, being completed this side of Christmas, but the approach works will take us through January, most of January, weather permitting. So we're looking at Toowoomba being open to traffic, fingers crossed, by around the end of January, weather permitting, possibly before if it's pretty good weather. The flood recovery program, the 2018 program on ground's completed, and all the finalisation of all the accounts is happening as we speak. That'll probably take the next couple of months to get wrapped up and put through with QRA, and basically kicking off shortly the final for the 2020 program. The final submission goes in this month, and the we'll probably have an information session to council possibly in February to talk about some opportunities with the 2020 event around potential complementary embedment improvements. So we'll just bring those to your attention. And also, part of that is to really just give you a good overview of exactly what the 2020 event was about and how much impact across the whole of the region. So we'll give you a fuller picture when we bring that back as an information session. That's probably a quick overview through you, Mr Mayor.
Any questions for Mike, the GM? Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you. I hope I didn't miss it, Mike, but when's the James Street going to open over West Creek?
I'll say Friday, potentially.
He's hoping,
okay.
hey?
So I haven't had any requests for further extensions. So this Friday is the last day of the detour. So that's the best guess at this moment in time. But I'll get that confirmed and come back to you, councillors.
Thank you. So just with Tumberville Bridge Road Bridge, just wondering, what happens if they do get a decent flood event? I can see that you've put a road in there that goes around, down in the creek. So what happens if they get a decent... Is there somewhere in a different way they can go to get in and out?
Yes, there's... well, when I say there's a different way, it's just a much longer detour. So that sidetrack's now been there for the best part of the last decade, or 6 or 7 years anyway, with that bridge being closed to traffic for quite a period of that time. So I suppose from a local perspective they've got used to it, but we hope, pending no floods this side of the end of February, that end of January, sorry, that we should be out of there.
Thanks, Mike.
Just by the way, though, that bridge is at floodplain height, so the bridge in itself is designed to go under in the major events as well. So, like most of the road network in that area.
Logical.
Yep.
That's logical. Of course, there's an awful lot of water there at times, and
yes,
spreads out. Councillor Shine.
Thank you, Mike. On page 7, and you mentioned it in your report, the rehabilitation work at Drayton, Wellcamp Road, Euston Road.
Yep.
I note it says that it's part of the council's stimulus package. Was that outsourced or was it?
Yes. So local Boral contract. So part of the Part B of our budget. Yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Harris-Sullivan. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mike, the traffic management camera up at Mount Lofty Park to reduce hooning and antisocial traffic behaviour, can you give me a bit of a rundown on that? Like, is that, we put a temporary camera up there, didn't we, at one stage? Now, is that what's gone in there, is that something that's a permanent thing? And is that something that we've paid for, or?
Yes. Here's probably to both questions there. Yeah, so we've put that in at our cost. So it's part of the traffic monitoring, but it also goes to assisting with capturing on camera the unlawful use of the network or road in that area. It just tends to be a locality where people take advantage of in their cars. You may have seen just on the news last night, the state government's going through some regulatory and law changes right at the moment, being introduced through Parliament for the antisocial use of vehicles and stuff like that. And they've actually got another camera system set up that they're putting in right across Queensland to pick up on number plates and different things like that. So the anti-hooning laws are being further enhanced in the state of Queensland, and that will enable, through the use of camera technology, anything that they pick up, they'll be able to follow up with the people or the registered owner of that vehicle in any case. So there's a little bit happening in the background at a state level.
I suppose the reason I asked a follow-up, Mr Mayor, was because during the state election there was a fair bit made about the top of North Street there, and I wondered, was that already in the pipeline that we had that camera ready to be installed and whatever.
Yeah, look, these towers and cameras probably have at least a 12 months or so birth to them by the time we go through all the steps that we've got to do to install them, and even just getting agreement to the locations and different things like that. So it doesn't, particularly the permanent locations.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's pleasing because we had a fair bit to do with the residents up the top there. I can't remember the gentleman's name, but it just sort of shows that the process works, that we were responding to the complaints, I guess, or the issues up there, and that was already in the pipeline.
Yes. Well, we do try to work. Oh, well, we do work very closely with the local police, and as do they with us, in identifying localities of concern and trying to better look at ways how we can sort of support the community in those spaces. Sometimes it's very much a police matter, and obviously the ball's left in their court to deal with those matters. If there is things that we can do that both supports and assists them in implementing the law appropriately, we try to work together closely on those sorts of things. Yeah.
Further questions? Councillor McMahon and Councillor von Hoff.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mike. My question is a little broader than your report in general, and relating to footpaths. I know that Council's been well briefed recently on footpaths and the process and the rather complex criteria in where they're built next, and that's good to be brought up to stage. My question comes out of my time chairing the RADAC committee, where members of that are concerned about that they may need a footpath for a disability access issue rather than a nice to walk on issue. And rather than being told, great, but there's 400 in front of you and in some cases a 10-year wait, I'm wondering if it had ever been looked at or could be looked at where perhaps we have a separate bucket for disability access footpaths rather than footpaths from the general public, and just your thoughts on that.
Obviously, that's an option council can always consider if it wishes to direct funding in a particular space. Just with sort of focusing funding towards Pacific, or in this case, doing works for a Pacific group within the community, you've just got to be sometimes cautious from a point of view that, it may be there today, but in 5 years' time that use of that footpath may, or the people that are living in that area may no longer be in that location. Not saying that it's not still could be a worthy investment, but ultimately we try to, as you saw within that briefing session in the prioritisation, try to take into account the disability impacts in that locality and how they can be improved by any work that we might do. So obviously if there's one or certain footpaths that there's an intention to bring back a report, hopefully February, if not February, March, on that presentation, or basically the outcomes of that discussion, and put that in front of council from a prioritisation perspective. So if there's an you may wish to have some further comment then, maybe.
Thanks, Mike.
Councillor von Hoff.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mike. It's school holidays, and there have been safety concerns raised about the parking on Stenner Street at the Stenner Street Schools Park, and I see that driving past on Sunday, those parallel parking signs have been put up now, which is an advancement. And I'm wondering if there are any plans for any other parking along the shoulder there at Stenner Street for the cars, because they're usually four-wheel drives. They're quite large cars. There's lots and lots of kids. There's lots of bikes. It's kind of chaotic. What's been the risk assessment, I suppose, and what's the plan for the future?
I probably have to hand over to my friends in ENCS to probably take forward how they wish to see that park develop, and if it is going to become a park of the nature that it's become recently, that being, you know, for riding bikes and those sorts of things through, if that's the intent of the park, and that I think as part of the development of that park, the necessary parking infrastructure needs to be considered in that as well. So, and then that comes through the budget requests that come through and gets prioritised along with other projects that council has on the list. So I understand what you're suggesting there. We've done the immediate signage works to try to control it to a basic level, and obviously if we wish to formalise that parking through there far more and actually construct parking, council will have to consider that through the budget process.
Just a supplementary, if I might then, has council registered somewhere in its risk assessment that, you know, there was an assessment done there and these safety concerns were raised? Not that I'm aware of, as in from an infrastructure services group, we weren't sort of brought in on that journey. Okay.
From a roads perspective. As I said, probably NCS.
Okay, thanks, Mike.
Are there any further questions for the GM?
So,
Councillor McDonald.
Quick question, yeah. I'm just trying to recall through you, Mr Mayor, to General Manager Brady. There was a petition I thought came to us in regard to the speed along Hermitage Road at one point, to drop that back consistent with the connecting road to where the residents live to 60. It's currently 80 from memory, and dropping it back to 60. I just don't know if anything's ever happened to that, or is it still yet to be looked at from an officer perspective? Maybe it's a question on notice, Mike.
Yeah, I'll take that on notice if that's okay. And come back
that's fine.
On that
Thanks.
Any further questions? Not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report? Councillor Carroll, Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? It's carried.
Thank you, councillors, and enjoy your break over Christmas.
You too, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Environment and Community Services.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's great to be here, and I really hope the General Manager is having a good break right now. So today, the November report is a bit of a mix of us moving through the effects of COVID still in terms of our events and programs and services, but at the same time tracking through a lot of business as we normally would. So I'll just perhaps pick out a few highlights. So first of all, I do want to talk to you a little bit about the library service. As you all know, we locked down in March and have had a progressive process of reopening. We're now at the stage where there's quite a bit of community interest, and with Council's service delivery and sustainability review, we're wanting to look and think very carefully about what the library service for the future looks like. So we've reached a point of saying we need to do a really fully scoped and sophisticated community consultation process. So we're working on that right now with the aim of actually conducting that in the latter part of January for something like 4 weeks. So it'll be a credited research organisation who will provide us with some good information, not just about opening hours, but what the community might want in terms of services and programs, what perhaps we need to change, what are the things that we could consider for the future. So it's a fantastic opportunity for us to do a total rethink of that. And as the General Manager said, I think at the last committee meeting, we will certainly come back to Council with the information from all of that data with some good analysis. And that will potentially be the first stage, and then we'll move into some focus groups right across the region, because we have a very extensive library service with 13 libraries. So it's a great opportunity. So we will announce the details of that very shortly, and we've been saying that for a little while now as the community contacts us. So that's one particular item. I also just want to perhaps highlight some new additions to the Change project. So we're starting a new low-cost community circuit class in Crow's Nest, and also a new volunteer-led Heart Foundation walking group. And these are actually very important because we haven't been able to do a lot of these before because of COVID, but we're very mindful that we all need to be fit and active and healthy, and we have this perhaps potential terrible results in terms of obesity in this community. So it's something that we need to work very hard on. Finally, I just highlight two very exciting projects that we're embarking on, and there's been quite a bit of mention from other reports about the Highfields Library. So that is tracking, and we're waiting for the outcomes of the tender process. That'll come back to Council. And Carnival Lane, wasn't that a great buzz the other day with the launch of that? So I'll take questions, Mr Mayor.
Are there any questions for the GM? Melissa? And then Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you for your report, Bronwyn. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Just wanted to clarify, did you say January you were going out for community consultation with the libraries?
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
I'm just wondering, I've received some feedback from our smaller communities on some of the regional tours I've done as councillor, and there's been great concern about our libraries. The libraries in particularly our smaller regional communities are a vital service, and you know, not just for the school children but for the older people, and it's a meeting place. And also there's been, librarians that have been there for many years and are the heart and soul of those smaller communities. So probably my question is, was there a reason that January was chosen, in that a lot of people are away over January? So I'm just wondering if you would be getting the community consultation you'd be needing over that time.
Yes, I take your point. It'd certainly be the latter part of January because, there's no point doing it when people are away.
No.
I do think we need to do it for quite an extended period of time, say 4 weeks. But the other sort of factor to take into account is we need to do it fairly soon so that we can actually come back to Council and talk about what all that means. So it's about progressing it quickly but doing it properly. Yeah.
Right, thank you. Because I'm just to reiterate, there's been quite a fear amongst our communities that the library situation, opening hours, etc., staffing, etc. There's great concern out there. So I look forward to hearing the result.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that. Thank you for that. I've actually been out to places like Cecil Plains and had discussions, and been visiting and responding to queries and that sort of thing. So this is why we actually want to go through that process in a really systematic way and really understand what people are wanting from the library and what are the challenges. In terms of cost, we've got a service review process going on. So how do we actually get the best out of the council dollar and meet the needs of the community? So this is what that's all about, really. Yeah.
Just a very quick follow-up, if I may, Mr Mayor. How is the community consultation happening, Bronwyn? Is it online? Is it you know.
Yes. So we're doing it in conjunction with our stakeholder engagement group. So it will be, as I mentioned, a research, probably a university who does a lot of this work. So it will be online. We will make hard copy surveys available. We will advertise it in all possible ways. We'll contact a lot of groups, use all our contacts right across the region to give them every opportunity to feed back to us. We're also, as I said, wanting to do the focus groups, so take that next step further, but we want to publicise it very extensively so that everybody has a chance to participate. And I'm quite interested in engaging with people who possibly don't always use the library as well. This is the chance to see what it is that sections of our community would like to see in a library.
Okay. I look forward to it. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald and Councillor Carroll-Taylor.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. I've got a few actually, but I'll just do one and then you can go over to Councillor Carroll. On page 44 of the report, Bronwyn, and welcome along too, by the way.
Thank you.
The way that you've acknowledged Nick at the start, is he watching this live, is he, your General Manager?
I hope he isn't.
Oh, just the way you acknowledged him, I thought he must have been watching.
I saw a photo of him on the beach.
Oh, well, he probably is watching then, he's tuning in. We talk about conservation and pest management. The second dot point is around the wild dogs, scalps, and a total of 236 scalps now being collected this year. I'm assuming, or can I assume that that's the calendar year?
Yes,
and
that's true.
Compared to 531 scalps the previous year.
Yes.
So it is a significant,
calendar year. Yeah,
significant drop. And I just, well, I know the Mayor certainly has some knowledge in his, he might like to elaborate on that. But I just wondered whether we've got measures in place or ideas that we can bring forward through perhaps the biosecurity group, or they could look at it to bring back to this council for ways to look at it. Fundamentally, I think it's around the price we're paying for scalps, perhaps, but
yes.
Maybe the Mayor might want to comment on that too.
Yeah. My understanding is that the reduction has occurred because of the change in the bounty, so $50 to $30 now. But also there's been a general reduction in the wild dog incidents, which has been evidenced by the drop in the baiting program. So, yeah, that's the two primary reasons. So, but yeah.
Well, did you want
to? If I could just comment on that, I'm very reluctant because we have a significant input here, impact on us. I think there's something in the order of 70 dogs killed on our 8,000 acres at Mulmerran. We use everything from dog callers to different technology, drones, whatever, dogs and cameras, looking for them. Dogs are getting worse and worse and worse. I think there's a degree of frustration around baiting. I don't think it's nearly as successful, but you know, we're not on our own. If you look at the escarpment, you'll find anywhere there's rugged country, we live not far from forestry, and it's neglected by the owners, the state government, terribly neglected by the owners. So I don't know what the answer is. Well, I do know what the answer is, and that's working together with the landowners and having bounties that actually mean it's worthwhile going out and spending the time. You know, I see my son leave at 3 o'clock in the morning to be there calling dogs just as the sun comes up. And they call them and they take them out, of course, Okay, Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to concur with your comments because I believe the dogs are really bad up Roundhurst Glen and they haven't gone backwards at all. My comments, Bronwyn, thank you, good and welcome, is about the library again. And I've personally had a lot of letters and comments, even emails from young people since the last comments that were in this room about a review of the libraries. And it really, I'm still quite alarmed, and the community out there is. I have to comment that some of our small communities see their libraries as one of the few services they receive from council, and some of them only receive it by a mobile library. So I've heard your comment about comments being put online. I also hear the comment that it's going to start in January, and following on from Councillor Melissa's, I mean, can I be assured that there'll be at least 2 weeks after school returns? Because that's when some of those kids out there work with their parents, and it's been drought and nothing's changed to the south and to the west. So, I mean, I guess I wouldn't like to see anything here be done by stealth. I know it's not the intention, but you can gear things around the way you want to do something. And the focus groups, what will they be? What do they entail? And will they be on the ground in the libraries, or are you actually going to the communities?
Yes, yeah. That's the aim of the focus group. So bringing a group of people, perhaps with different views and representing different interests, bringing them together in local geographic areas and actually talking about the issues and seeing what they may want.
Holy heck.
Yeah. Sorry.
So it's of grave concern to our communities out there. I mean, really, it's of grave concern, and we need to be very mindful of that and be very, I mean, I do believe the day will come round here when the rural communities will not be as important as others, and we shouldn't take it because there aren't enough people there that they shouldn't have the services. And I actually am quite alarmed myself, and I'll be very much watching this with interest on behalf of them, because there was such angst from last month, and we need to be very mindful of that.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Shine and then Councillor Summerfield.
No, thanks, Mayor. Just could I endorse the remarks of the Councillors Taylor in relation to the library issue. It's pretty well known to us all, I think, in relation, in regard to the concerns of the community. And I take that review refers to the Toowoomba Library as well as the...
Yes, all of them. Yep.
All of them. I was just wondering, I noticed that there were 300 trees planted at Pittsworth. Was that something well known? Has it received any publicity that you're aware of?
I would need to check on that. I hope that's the case, and I'll follow through. Yep.
And perhaps the same might apply to this one. Under property refers to the purchase of 82 Griffiths Street.
Yes.
Is that the second-hand place there near the railway line? That's it. It is? Yeah.
It is, yeah. We've just settled on that, so, yeah.
It's good to get an eyesore out of the, out of the road.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. Councillor Summerfield.
No, I'll pass, thanks.
You'll pass, righto. Councillor Carl and Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Chair. This actually may be a question better directed to the General Manager for ISG, and it's in relation to page 404 of the report, and it's got the photograph of the roundabout, and it says there at O'Brien Road, the new roundabout installed. Roadworks will continue with the focus on services for the new library before commencing upgrades of the car park area. I guess my question is, and it comes on the back of some feedback to me about the construction, is the current standard of seal the final, or is how long will that be before it's an asphalt or dare I say? And while I raised that one, and it's not directly associated, but I received some not so positive feedback from community about the standard of the roundabout in front of Aldi, and having personally followed a truck through that roundabout the other day that did a right-hand turn into the shopping complex, I just wonder how long those yellow traffic calming devices will last, because I think he was just about peeling them out of the road as he turned around. So there's been a bit of feedback about that.
Yep. First question, the Highfields Library roundabout, we had fully intended last Friday night to have done the asphalt works, but the rain beat us on last Friday. It was down for again today, I'm not sure if they all go ahead tonight with it, depending very much on how the weather is being predicted for this evening to do those asphalt works. The centre of the roundabout is not yet finished. There's a lot of landscaping and shrubbery and stuff to go in as yet. That'll come in due course as we do that part of the project. In regards to the Audi roundabout, Council may remember some discussions here from David Quinlan on that, and I can probably only just repeat those, what's intended there, and that's an interim solution, but potentially for up to 2 years. And my understanding is that'll be somewhat monitored by our planning and development team as well as ourselves to see how that performs in the short term. Obviously, I don't disagree. It's not probably the best as it is today. I'm hoping it settles down. So I'll be talking through our development engineering team to see what else needs to be done there to keep that operationally, reasonable for the next couple of years. Yep. Thank you.
Mr. Brady, I know with heavy vehicles moving around there, it was literally peeling the surface up, the tyres, on such a tight roundabout.
Yes, I've made that point pretty clear in previous conversations, what needed to happen. So we'll see how that progresses. I'll continue working with that, with the manager there. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks very much.
Mr Mayor, could I just jump in while Mr Brady's there and ask a question? Sorry if you don't mind me going out of order. Mr Brady, about the cycleway at Highfields, and I know it was in the report here about the electrical services, but could you please clear up for the community about whether it is only a cycle path only and what's happening with the signage, and because there seems to be a bit of community unhappiness and unrest about who it's for and who's allowed to use it.
Yeah. Look, the signage that went in was confusing for the community to utilise. I can advise you as of today those signs have now been removed, and there's plans to put probably more relevant signs, so it is there to be shared by cyclists and pedestrians alike. Active transport, obviously no vehicles. Yeah, so action's been taken.
There's more signage to go up on there, or that signage being removed?
Yeah.
Or?
There'll be new signage to go up on those posts in the new year, to just make it a little bit clearer.
Okay. That it is for pedestrians as well as cyclists?
Yes, very much. Kids can walk to school or cycle to school. Yep.
Thank you.
Happy with that?
Sorry for jumping in,
Yep. Bronwyn, Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'll just redirect the questions that I sent to Mike through to you. So when I was asking about the safety concerns with regards to the vehicles parking at the Stenner Street Skills Park, and Mike's team has put in those parallel parking signs as a first step, but there are concerns about the safety, especially of children, because they're large cars. It's chaotic, it's a busy road. So just to make sure that we have somewhere noted the concerns, assess them, and we're doing something about that, please. Sure. Thanks.
I'll take it. Any further questions? Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you to the Acting General Manager. Bronwyn, I thought it would be a good opportune time, seeing as you're acting in this role, if you could just give us an update on the art and culture strategy that you're working on, just to see where it's going, and if a live music strategy might be part of that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that question. Yes, it's early days in terms of the development of the strategy, but since my joining council, it's become quite evident that that's the overarching document that council needs. So with the full support of the General Manager, we've started the process. So we've scoped the project. We've actually now formed an internal working group with key stakeholders, and we've had our first meeting. So this is about, I guess, pulling together, demonstrating council's significant investment in culture, arts, the creative area, all of those things, and actually defining it. So when you think about the Empire Theatre, council's contribution there, Cobb & Co, Carnival of Flowers, the CBD activation work that strategic planning's doing. There are a whole host of things council's doing in the creative, artistic area. We just don't recognise it in a full-blown sense, and I think we're not getting the capital and the kudos for it necessarily. We're recognising individual events, but not as a whole. So some people have said to me, this can be the difference. We can put in place all the hard infrastructure, and all of that's absolutely essential, but it's the culture that makes the difference in terms of a community. So we've started the process, very early days, internal, do some engagement, build some capacity and understanding in the organisation, then come back to council, talk about what that looks like, and then go out externally, go out and engage with the community, and there'll be a whole range of different groups and stakeholders. So it will be, the plan is that it would come back to council for adoption, and it's a council strategic document.
Terrific.
Any further questions? If not, is there a motion from the floor, please? Councillor O'Shea, Councillor McMahon, those in favour? It's carried. Thank you very much, Bronwyn.
Thanks, Bronwyn.
Well done. Anne-Marie.
Afternoon again, councillors. And I would like to take the opportunity to wish everybody Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And thank you for all the support for the FNBS group and the amazing work we're doing over the year. And our innovation in this month's report, I think, is a fine example of what we're doing for our community. So we've just had a soft launch of our arrangements to pay, and Councillor Van Hoff, this follows on from your question with the performance statement. So this year so far, we have received 2,300 calls from ratepayers and wanting to get into an arrangement, so having difficulty paying their rates. So this, we've a soft launch, but we've already had 6 ratepayers have engaged with us with this process online. So what it allows is the ratepayers to do it in a secure manner. It's good for our ratepayers, it's good for our financial services staff who work predominantly with ratepayers putting the arrangements in. And we probably saw an example last week of how invested our staff are in, assisting our ratepayers when they do experience difficulties. So, so we're very happy with that one. And moving on through the report, and sorry, just following on that arrangements to pay, once we get it bedded down and sorted out within for rates, we will roll it out to the rest of the organisation. So we'll be looking at infrastructure charges and other accounts that we have. So we think this is a terrific initiative. We will be putting notice on the rate, on the next lot of rate notices that go out. We'll provide details of how to engage, and when we send out overdue letters, there will be details about how to access the system. And moving through to stakeholder engagement, and we can see that your say online, quite a busy month for the team there. Information, communication and technology, just going on to the last point in the ICT report. And I think this example here demonstrates the agility of our team to deal with issues. And so we've got, we're all being warned coming up close to Christmas to be aware of emails received from the organisation, but our ICT staff identified the problem, went in, fixed it, and cleared the suspect emails out of our systems before business as usual on Monday morning. So no impact to any of our users. So great work there from the team. And moving on to people in organisational development, we can see our safety first culture and how that has been demonstrated in excellent results from our recent audits. Moving on to customer service, and again, all green lights here for the customer service team. So we're back up with the full team. We had a few vacancies during COVID that we chose not to recruit because most of the staff were working from home. So we've got a full team on now, and the results there show how we're going. Moving on to the financial services report, I'd like to highlight that the additional 20,000 provided for tank rebates has been fully expended, and at this point in time we have 25 on the waiting list. So we've used that one. And the service improvement branch, moving on, the implementation of the small asset register has gone live in Technology One. So we spoke about that one a couple of months ago. That's our portable and attractive assets that are high risk area for council. So we're delighted with the progress there for that one. So happy to take questions.
Question for Anne-Marie. Councillor Shine.
No, thank you, Mayor. Just note your comments about the tank rebates, which will be hopefully the subject of another matter rising shortly. I note that in the rates and revenue section, it's the outstanding rates and charges are currently tracking well, with council on track to achieve a similar or improved result compared to this time last year. This time last year was no COVID, so it's an extraordinary result by council, by Shane Morris and his team, and finance generally, I would have thought. My question, though, is looking at page 5 of the report. There's a table there showing local supplier spend and total spend from 2012 to 2021. And there seems to be almost doubling of the increase in local spending from about 2016 on. Do you have an explanation for that, or as to why that probably happened?
We have, thank you, Councillor, for the question. We have had a very strong focus on engaging our local suppliers, and led by Robin and the team in the Procure to Pay unit. In 2005, we went out to our suppliers and asked them to identify as, you know, who were local and who are not. We will, and then we have done a lot of work within the organisation as well, bringing our business partners along on the journey to ensure that our local suppliers are engaged first and foremost. We are taking on another exercise now over the next 6 months with looking at the suppliers who have not at this point in time identified as being local, so there are non-local suppliers, but where they predominantly employ local staff, we will look at how we can report in that area.
You mentioned 2005. Did you mean 2015?
2015.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Anne-Marie? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Anne-Marie, you talked about the small asset register going live on Technology One, CI Anywhere. Is that, I know a while ago we spoke about out at the new depot there's going to be this way of reloading the trucks and knowing exactly how many pieces of whatever little, you know.
Yeah, that's
is that all part of that? And
no,
no.
Are you laughing at, Councillor Carl?
Not articulating that very well. Well, nuts and bolts, literally nuts and bolts. How many on each truck, and yeah.
So that's all part of the stores, the work the stores team. So we've got our new principal stores out at the depot, and the stores team monitor all of that equipment. The portable and attractive, or the small asset register, are whippersnippers and hedge trimmers, items like that, and they are called portable and attractive because they're easy to pick up and they're attractive to thieves. So it's a great step forward for council to now have this recorded in Technology One.
But that system that you're talking about out at the depot was really kind of more of the basis of my question, that has been implemented and that is working.
That's our warehouse management system that we're working on, yes.
And has that gone live as well?
We're still finalising that system.
Okay, yeah.
Any further questions? Councillor Summerfield.
One really quick one, and that it's not really a question, a comment, but that is that back before in the 2015 time, it was councillors who requested that there be a focus on local buy, and that's how we ended up on that journey, which is a great outcome, which I think has been undersold to the community. Yes. I don't think people realised how much we have been doing with local buy, but it was a councillor initiative.
Any further questions? Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, fully endorse those comments. In regard to, Anne-Marie, the innovation, which I think is a good one, well, a very good one, in fact, arrangements to pay, and will certainly help an individual, but also our staff as well. You mentioned a number of 2,300 calls. Is that consistent with other years, do you know, or could you get back to us with some information on that?
I'll have to get back to you with that one, but 2,300 is quite substantial, and that's year to date.
Well, it seems substantial if it's year to date for this financial year, but it may not be. And given the message that we're on track or exceeding our rate recovery amount, maybe it is pretty consistent. So it just goes to show, if it is consistent, how much work Shane Morris and his team does to actually assist these folk.
Yes.
So, I know we sing Shane's praises and he's got people around him, but it'd be interesting to know if that is an anomaly or if that is consistent.
I'll send through an email to all councillors.
Thank you.
Any other questions around the room?
Happy to
take on board your comments about Shane Morris. Anytime I'm in a meeting with him, he has a particular way of managing difficult situations for good outcomes, and I think we could probably all learn a lesson from him. Well, I can. I know that I have. Councillor McDonald, you want to move the receiving report? Seconded, Councillor Shine. Any questions at all? Those in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Anne-Marie. Thanks to the General Managers. Hang about a bit. I'll hand over now to CEO Brian for his monthly report.
Good afternoon, councillors. Just a couple of ones to cover off today. Firstly, the service delivery review, the continuation of that program. You recall at the ordinary meeting of council on the 17th of September 2019, council resolved to implement a service delivery review process, and initially that was for a period of 12 months. And as you're all aware, that was interrupted midstream with the COVID-19. So what we're looking at doing, which put us back a few months, we took staff off that were involved in the service delivery review, and they were involved in the COVID-19 planning and implementation process that we went through there. Within that report itself, I've covered off some of the initiatives and achievements of the service delivery review over that period. There's still more work to do, I think, in that area, and there has been some notable improvements you can see within those dot points there for the organisation. So what I'm proposing we do is get a full report to council early in the new year, probably at the March council meeting, exploring the future of that particular service delivery review program. I'm just recommending that to cover off the previous decision of council, that we actually just make a resolution today to extend the service delivery program through to March next year, to give us an opportunity for a report to be produced and for further consultation to happen between the executive leadership team and council in relation to how they would structure or the future of that program, the service delivery review program. So I'd ask that today you make that second resolution that's listed in the on the agenda papers. The other issue to cover off is I met Mr. John Martinkovic, the Regional Director of Southern Region of the Department of Local Government, Racing and Multicultural Affairs last week. He was just introducing himself to me, and we talked about the progress and the acquittal process for the grants that we've received from the state government. But also, while he was there, I took the opportunity to ask where is the state government up to in producing the guidelines that local government has been waiting for some time now in relation to the conduct of information sessions or briefing sessions within council. As you're aware, there's been some confusion throughout local government and some inconsistency of some of the advice we've been receiving through different areas about how those information sessions should be conducted and the purpose of those information sessions. You recall that the state government gave an undertaking some months back that they would produce some consistent guidelines that would guide local governments on the conduct of what could be happening in information sessions versus what should be done in open and transparent meetings at council committees or at council meetings themselves. So he wasn't aware of when that was due, and he was going to do some internal research with his department to come back to us about when that advice will be coming to local government and the timeline for that. So I wait with anticipation as to when that will come out, and I think council would value those guidelines when they are forthcoming. That's all I've got in relation to this. The rest will be further on in my confidential briefing.
Any questions for the CEO? Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thanks for that report, Brian. Just in the SDR area, that second dot point around sustained organisational information and engagement, communications, councillor information sessions, CEO roadshow, SDR inbox, general manager updates, briefings to functional areas. I think quite a bit of that was actually a part of or a flow-on effect from the previous staff survey back in the previous term, where councillors were wanting an improved engagement with staff and that sort of thing. Is that really only in there because it's being implemented by SDR, or?
There's a whole range of information across the whole organisation. The service delivery review was looking at that flow across all areas of council. Certainly integral to that is our marketing and communications areas of council, and they do cross over into all areas. So some of those involve technology as well. So there's basically a coordination or service delivery review have been trying to pull that into one spot so they can actually coordinate that and get some consistent results across the organisation. In the past, we've tended to have groups or branches doing it a little bit differently or individually, and probably not as efficiently as we could do it. So they've been providing that overall coordination.
Thanks, that makes sense.
Any further questions for the CEO? If not, would someone like to move the draft motion there? There's two parts to it. The Chief Executive Officer's monthly report be received, and that the Service Delivery Review Program be extended to the 31st of March 2021 to enable Council time to consider a further report on the future direction of the program. Councillor Melissa and Councillor McDonald, those in favour? That is carried. Right. Use of funds from local, I think we've covered that, have we? The next one, number 12. Use of funds from local government infrastructure plan.
No. That's what we're up to.
Sorry?
No, this is the one that Tim...
Oh, no, we'll...
About to do it.
Councillor McMahon's okay for him to stay here, isn't it?
It's Councillor McMahon's...
He was choosing whether he could stay in or go. Okay, well, we'll move to item 12.
Yeah.
I'll be removing myself as for the vote. Thanks very much.
Have a cup of tea.
Who's presenting this one?
We're
just waiting for Dave to continue an interview panel. He'll be here in about 2 minutes.
Well, do you want just
Could we have a 5-minute break, Mr Chair?
Very short break.
Thank you.
Very short break.
Move to adjourn.
McDonald,
5 minutes.
O'Shea, in favour, carried.
5 minutes.
Right.
Councillors, we move to item 12, which is use of funds from local government infrastructure plan reserve for trunk stormwater works. It refers particularly to the Highlands School out at the corner of Nelson and Hume Street. I'll now ask Dave Quinlan to come forward and present, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, this is a late report. It hasn't come through committee. It's designed to enable us to deal with an emerging issue quickly and promptly, not indeed to approve what we will do, but rather to enable the CEO to authorise the use of funds to deal with that issue. Earlier this calendar year, February, there was representations made by the HCC in relation to changed stormwater conditions. It was in relation to a relatively large rainfall event we had in February. On looking at that, officers believed that the nature of the event meant that the stormwater through the site, the HCC site, wasn't too bad or inconsistent with that. However, they made subsequent representations in October of this year under relatively minor events and provided video footage of that, and officers undertook a closer look at the circumstances, and certainly they would appear to be experiencing a different stormwater flow regime through their site, to the extent that they've closed it down on a couple of occasions because of the stormwater. Wendy, if we might move to a picture of where the site is. Most people would know that the site we're talking about is bounded by Hume Street, Spring Street and Ruthven Street. There's always historically been a sag down through the site from this point on Hume Street, and stormwater flows from there down through to the corner of on Ruthven Street, where they bound with what's known as the Harvey Norman site. Now, on that photograph, obviously it's more developed now. This is an earlier photograph showing the site for residential development. There's a lot more roofs there now and houses built, obviously. What seems to appear to have happened is this, that Council did build stormwater works on the eastern side of Hume Street in 2015. There is an 825mm pipe extending into the site to a surcharge pit within the HCC site with a 450mm pipe leaving the pit. And subsequent analysis of that has shown that it surcharges quite obviously in a relatively minor event. It's important to understand that when we typically condition a subdivision, we condition them to typically non-worsen or provide detention that means that we don't have worsening between a Q2 and Q100 flow. The circumstance we have here, we believe, and we have been in touch with an external consultant to look at this. We only have preliminary advice at this time, but it would appear that it's surcharging in a relatively minor event. This means that with the increased impervious area on the Lees development, which is to the east of the site, despite the detention, we're seeing a greater volume of flow, and this is manifesting itself as a surcharge from that pit, which is causing a difficulty for the operation of the Highlands Christian College. It is true that the Highlands Christian College did construct the stormwater through their site. It is the case that we should have received easements in favour of council through the site. The stormwater system does rely through the site on both an underground flow pipe and indeed an overland flow path. However, we find ourselves in a situation now where that underground pipe for a certain section, not all of it, but a certain section is 450mm, about 170 metres of it. The rest is about a 900 millimetre pipe. Our preliminary work shows that we need to replace 170 metres with 900 millimetres of pipe, and that will be able to deal with what we would typically refer to as a minor flow. And we need to do more design work on this, obviously, but to enable us to do this, we are seeking the allocation or the ability of the CEO to authorise those funds. This allocation will be brought to account in BR2 in February. The key issue, I suppose, is this augmentation of what is there would be under our ownership. Yes, we would secure the easements first to make sure they're there in favour of council. The asset would be council's asset, and analysis by officers would say that it is certainly what we would refer to as trunk works.
Can I just ask, and we had that very first meeting when Ken Wooden asked me could he come into the office, and I brought you into the office to talk about it. Is there any responsibility back on the engineers who in fact designed this? Obviously, we're looking for areas where there's been an issue created as a result of what would appear to have been probably not looking at it properly or not estimating the water properly, or something being wrong. Somewhere in that system there's a problem, and you've identified this, of course. Is there any comeback on the engineers? Do they have a responsibility, having designed that?
Mr Mayor, you ask a very fair and reasonable question, an understandable question. I would suggest at this point, until we receive the outcome of the report that we've sought, we have wanted to move on this expeditiously. So on council's coin, we have undertaken to get an external body to review that design and give us recommendations. I think from that point, at this point, we are being somewhat intuitive as to what we believe is going on. We've been intuitive as to what we believe is the resolution of the issue. But as I said at the start, the exact nature of the solution, we should not lock in until we have those numbers. Yep. And I think with that report, we'd have a much better idea. It would appear to me, yes, that somebody doing that analysis would have thought to themselves that there may be an issue further downstream. It is true that we condition the development in line with our standard conditions, which is Q2 to Q100, and I believe they probably have well detained Q2 to Q100. The issue is that we've lifted the volumes and those minor events which are surcharging in this circumstance, which I wouldn't say the circumstance is unique, but it is extremely unusual. Typically we're putting stormwater into roads which have stormwater infrastructure in them. They're designed to a Q2. So as long as I don't make the Q2 any worse, the water would continue to be unseen. What we have here is surcharging perhaps in a Q3 month, Q6 month. So as that volume goes up, it looks a lot worse and it happens more regularly. I believe that this pit was surcharging in the Q2 without the development, but that happened once every 2 years for a brief period of time. Now what we have is a much longer volume. Even though it's detained, it's flowing for a much longer time, and a much larger volume seems to surcharge from the pit. The concern from the HCC, I would suggest, is understandable, given that what they're seeing is very different to what they saw there before, and so their response is understandable. But we'll have to look through the report. I think it's a very good case where if you do not fully contain a minor flow and you increase upstream impervious area, then that increased volume will manifest itself as a much worse event by virtue of the increased volume that seems to surcharge.
Any further questions
for
David? Councillor
Thank
Carroll.
you, Mr Mayor. Look, my memory might be a little bit defective, but I really, through you to Mr Quinlan, I remember a discussion about this before that development, and there were supposed to be easements through what is now the HCC, and that whole area is such a regrettable that whole, you know, the masters and everything else didn't have some sort of a strategy or a whole thing over the top of it. Why do we not have easements through HCC? Because I know they were mentioned, and if you can answer that. And now, how are we going to put them through there when they've developed their site? It seems to be all developed. I remember it coming to council. I don't know whether it was in the first term or the beginning of the second term of an amalgamated council, but I do remember it coming, and I'm really wondering why easements weren't through there at that time, and why we ended up with that small pipe along the Hume Street end.
Through you, Mr Mayor, certainly Councillor Taylor, I believe it was around the early 2000s that works were done by HCC. I don't remember the date exactly, but early 2000s. And yes, there was an operational works approval, and yes, those works weren't put on maintenance for two reasons, well before my time. But looking at the files, it would appear that the easements were not provided, and so the works didn't go on maintenance. I suppose over time these things fell off. I know there was a revisiting of the issue associated with the Masters development that you may remember, where we took Q100 down through Harvey Norman and a part of the HCC site. Yes, Council did construct the 825, I believe, in 2015 with the widening to the east of Hume Street, and that 825 did go into a pit where there was a 450. And the easements haven't been there. Now, my discussions with Ken Wooten, which have been really quite amicable, we've worked together over a number of years through such things as the Masters development and others, and I'm very confident that those easements would be forthcoming. It would be a requirement of Council, if Council was going to enter into an agreement for those works to be done as part of a development, or we were to do them. I think it would be easier if, as part of development of their site, that they did those works. It would be a requirement of that those easements be provided, certainly.
So, through you again, Mr Mayor, follow-up, why did we not have them before? Is there any reason why, or was it just that they fell off the radar, or what? Because I am aware they were supposed to be put through there, and that may have, I'm not saying it would have, but it may have ameliorated what we're looking at now.
I think one of the challenges through you, Mr Mayor, one of the challenges we see, I suppose, is when a development has conditions that or require something from us, such as sealing a survey plan, etc., there is a definite hold point, and there's a rigorous check-off process where we ensure everything has happened. Infrastructure charges are paid, easements are there, the easement documents are there, land dedicated to council is there, etc., etc. When we have a material change of use, of course, there isn't necessarily the same hold points, and we don't seem to have just a routine process, if you like, of going through each material change of use and looking for every particular condition. We've seen in more recent times, obviously, the need to chase up on infrastructure charges on a more rigorous auditing basis, which is what we now do on a quarterly routine. To extend that to all material changes of use would be quite difficult. To that extent, I suppose it exists within the minds of officers at times, with changes in personnel, and I think the demands on time, there's often a more emergent issue happening.
So if I could just, and I might be completely wrong, but I thought there was a kindergarten childcare or something on that site that came to us that would have triggered something like that? Yes. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Stuart. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr.
Yeah, I
Mayor.
think we've all got memories of that being a very complex thing on the whole journey. It's taken a while, and there were some very difficult periods. Ken Wooten has probably brought a fair bit of cooperation and clarity to the whole thing. And I think the meeting that, David, you and I had with him, that was finding a solution. That's what it was about. Councillor Shine.
Just if Mr Quinlan can't answer it, the CEO might. Just a matter of interest, it refers to, the report refers to the LGIP reserve. Just wondering how much is in that reserve, roughly? Well, take it on notice.
The General Manager of Finance and Business might be able to handle that one. I've just have a real sense of, I don't know, I can feel it in the room that you may well have the answer to that one. $62 million, I think I've heard from this side. Stuart can't quite hear from that close, but I think it was 62 million we heard from over here. Was that right? 62 million. Thanks.
Good to start clear.
Thank you.
How much, Stuart?
Okay, are there any questions for David? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks. Just very quickly, David, in regard to, obviously there's obviously more building going on there at HCC on Hume and Spring as well. There's, I don't know if I can see it on there, but there is another building going up there at the moment. So where would the where that green line is going into the school, into the college, is that the green line, the 170 metres, or where was this easement going through the college?
No, Councillor. There is, and it's not shown here because it's not, if you like, transferred into council's ownership at this point because it hasn't been through the on-maintenance process. But in very simple terms, there's about a 900 pipe down around through here, etc. Oh, this is a bit wild. But the expectation is it's from this point down along the road some 170 metres.
Okay.
We would see that 900 pipe would be most likely placed under the roadway, under the tarmac, obviously, through the site to connect up to the 900 pipe that's downhill over here.
Just to follow up, so in regard to timing, I guess, and this is why you've brought this to the table now, is there a schedule of or scope of time frame in regard to this work?
Obviously, through you, Mr. Mayor, terribly sorry. Through you, Mr. Mayor, obviously when we're dealing with schools and works in and around schools, school holidays are the best timing for those sorts of works. In conversations with Ken Wooten, the Easter school break would work, although some of the works may extend into when the school is opening. However, they, in conversations with them, are keen to resolve the issue, and if it's happening as part of other construction works that may be happening on site, that would be the most simple way to go. I would like to add that there are probably some other works that we could do in the detention basin, which would include comparatively simple works that we still have to model, but would involve the addition of some orifice plates and the raising of the outlet from the bottom of the basin to provide more storage and attenuate those Q3 month to Q2 events to give them some greater degree of comfort until these works are in place. It may affect the Q50, Q100 performance a little, but in such an event, it's pretty wet through there anyway. So that is a relatively inexpensive option. It means raising the manhole outlet in the bottom of the basin up perhaps a couple of feet with a slot in it. So we have more storage there that attenuates that volume more strongly on those minor events.
Another question, Councillor McDonald.
No, I haven't. I'm happy to move it, that's all.
You're happy to move? Councillor Summerfield?
No, I've got a question.
You're happy to second that?
No, I've got a question.
Get more closely to that thing. And
I can't get much closer, I'll swallow it. My question relates to, I get all this, but then, you know, the whole no more worsening that we hear all the time around planning about developments. There are individuals around our region who are having worsening from developments, and very little is done to help them. And it concerns me today, sure I might support this, but it concerns me today that a school, a big entity, can come in and we do this to try and fix the problem, but we don't with the smaller individuals. Some residents are told to go away, that's a civil matter, you go and deal with your neighbour. Others try and work with council to get improved outcomes and little is done to help them. So I'm just concerned we do more for the big people than we do for the little people who can least afford it. Just a comment.
Thank you for that. Anybody else wishing to make a comment? Now, we've just got a mover. It's my mistake. I thought Councillor Summerfield was seconding the motion. Would someone like to... Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan has seconded the motion. Do you wish to go to debate? If not, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Carried. Without dissent.
You have to record the... You'll have to record
we'll
the
have to
names,
record.
irrespective.
You have to record that, of course, yes?
Yeah.
Sorry? Yes, everyone was in favour. So, Councillor McDonald moved, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan seconded, and everybody was in favour.
We can get Tim.
Timothy, yep. Councillors, item 13 is matters for which notice has been given, and there are no matters for which notice has been given. Item 14, any other business council determines by resolution to be included in the agenda. Councillor O'Shea, your proposal is, and we'll then determine its inclusion in the agenda.
Sure, thanks. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I propose that Council works towards facilitating a strategy around youth unemployment. So that's, if we have a second for that, I'm happy to speak to what the motion is.
Yep.
You're moving that this matter be included in the agenda?
Correct.
Seconded by Councillor Shine. Any questions? Those in favour? It's carried. Yes, Councillor O'Shea.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I thank you, Council, for allowing me to bring this one forward. I circulated it late last week. Basically, what it revolves around, the motion there, is that Council works with relevant stakeholders in the region to facilitate developing strategies to help address the high youth unemployment rate in the region. The second portion of this motion is that the Mayor write to the Honourable Diane Farmer, Minister for Employment and Small Business and Minister for Training and Skills Development, just seeking some clarification on a couple of funding pools that are vitally used in our region when it comes to employment for youth, and they being around the Skilling Queenslanders for Work funding, and just specifically if there is any new funding allocated to Skilling Queenslanders for Work that was in the 2020-21 state budget tabled last month. And then also, whilst we're at that, I think we should again put up a please explain around the reasons why the Toowoomba region was again omitted from both the regional and South East Queensland back to work programs. And the third strand of this is that the Regional Youth Advisory Committee be asked to nominate relevant stakeholders for Council to invite for a deputation to a future ordinary meeting of Council. So just speaking to the motion, the reasons behind this...
I'll just get a second to Councillor O'Shea. Councillor Von Hoff has seconded that.
Sorry, Mr Mayor. Thank you. So the reasons I bring forward this motion is that the youth unemployment rate in our area on the latest stats that were produced through the Queensland Statisticians Office is 25.2%. So that's the second highest in the state. That's an increase of just on over 10% in 12 months. That's also the second highest increase of anywhere across the state in that 12-month period. So I think those figures present a fairly startling picture. And I understand, obviously, that there's other level of government when it comes to youth unemployment, but I see this as obviously, as we as leaders of this community, we have a responsibility to obviously advocate on behalf of our community when it comes to this very issue. So it's most certainly not about all other levels of government. It's more about what we can do as a local government before. So the first part of that motion, obviously, never before has there been a time where funding is more critical in this particular sector. And I think we know that as a region and as a council, the long-term effects that come back to us as a regional council, of course, just are around the effects that it can have on our community and the costs that it can bear to us as a community if this rate continues to climb. So I see it as obviously an advocacy point of view of us as leaders that sit around around the table for this community. Secondly, as well as obviously the largest employer, or if we're not the largest, one of the largest in the region, if we have an opportunity to look internally at what we do, and is there an opportunity where we, as a business who employ around 1,800 people, is there an opportunity somewhere potentially where we can look at employing more youth? And the third part of this as well is just being able to advocate through different stakeholders. I think we've already started this process. We had Ali Davenport through TSBE who raised this very issue at her last briefing to council, an opportunity for us to obviously connect TSBE with other relevant stakeholders through the region, just to try and bring together or facilitate some sort of engagement with the different sectors to try and tackle this particular issue. So that's sort of the nuts and bolts of why I bring this forward. And then finally, I think that it's a good opportunity for the last part of that motion where I said that the Youth Advisory Committee could nominate potentially someone to council to come forward for a deputation, just to, I guess, give us a lay of the land and where it sits and just see what ideas there are in the community. The reason I've put that in there in terms of the Youth Advisory Committee could be asked to nominate a relevant person would be that in the 3 meetings that we've had since the formation of the Youth Advisory Committee of this term of council, the number one issue that continues to be raised in that is youth unemployment. And what can be done to work as a collaborative approach to try and eradicate this very real issue that is continuing to emerge in our community. So that of course isn't taking away from the things that Toowoomba Regional Council already does through our apprenticeships and through our generator programs. I'm just sort of saying maybe there's an opportunity that as a large employer, can we look at what we're doing, and is there another way that we can play a part in this situation for our community? So that's generally speaking, that's why I bring this motion forward.
Thanks, Councillor O'Shea. Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? Question? Councillor Carl, Councillor Summerfield, Councillor Taylor.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor James. Just in don't have any issues with advocating, and I think that's an important part of a council's role to all levels of government on behalf of our community. But I just want to understand in point 1 there, it says that council works with relevant stakeholders in the region to facilitate developing strategies to help address higher youth unemployment. Councillor James, do you have any ideas about, or can you unpack your thoughts around the extent of how council works with stakeholders, or what's involved in that, or what commitment is that on council's behalf?
Yeah, sure. It's a good question. Thanks, Councillor Carl. I think it's about, and as I said, this process already started when we had Ali Davenport here the other day through TSBE who raised this, and that's something where I've followed through with her and tried to connect her with a few people through the Youth Advisory Committee. So maybe through TSBE and what's happening there, how can we connect different people with that? It can be the local employment agencies here, it can be different providers across this region, and just how we pull that together. Is it? I don't know what that looks like, and that's why I particularly term it is that we work with stakeholders to facilitate a strategy. A strategy might be around just providing a connection between people of trying to alleviate the problem that's at hand. Because I think anecdotally we've often heard here around the factors of there are plenty of jobs out there, but why aren't people willing to work? So it's a pretty complex issue, and there's no one fix to it. So I just thought this is again an opportunity where if we as a council can work with other relevant stakeholders to formulate some sort of strategy and just see what can be done, because I just see it as it's not something that doing nothing is not really an option with the way that it's going. I hope that answers the question. Sort of.
Happy with that, Councillor Carl. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think in March, when JobSeeker reduces, there will be a bit of an improvement. At the moment, there's no incentive for people to do a job, and we all hear the stories about how farmers are having to bury their fruit and veggies because they can't get pickers and things. So there is that issue too. It's quite complex. But James, I thank you for bringing this to council. One of the things that worries me with it is, so I just need to understand what you mean. We need to define what this is just about council facilitating, because councils across Queensland are all hurting because of state government cost shifting. And so employment is not council's role. However, I do believe we have a role to play in advocacy and facilitating, developing strategies. I believe we can do, so long as we of us around the table understand that it is only facilitating, that we're not looking at changing our strategy at council around our employment, that we increase our employment to reduce the unemployment. I'd be concerned if that's what we're doing. But if we are focusing on facilitating, engaging with the state government to find out why we're not in the Back to Work program and all that sort of thing, I'm quite keen to support it.
Councillor Carroll.
Mr Mayor, that's exactly what my position is. It's a complex issue, youth unemployment. It's not just, we've got the numbers on that. I don't think we've got the numbers on the older people, and there's a need there as well. So I think it's inexcusable that TRC is not considered eligible for skilling Queensland for work. I think it's inexcusable. The question was asked at estimates last week and it just wasn't answered. So I don't think it's defendable at all. And I agree with Councillor Summerfield. I can support this. But look, we're stretched on many areas, and I agree that when job seeker and job keeper, there's hospitality places that can't get people to work. They just can't get them, as well as the fruit. And, you know, it's about 10 every day that I share. And there might be reasons. I mean, everyone is not a great fit. But I'm happy for us to be advocates. I'm happy for us to be the facilitators of meetings. But, you know, we're stretched with our budgets too. We can't. It's not our role. We get very little money. And as long as that's what we're doing, I'm happy to support it. But if it doesn't, if it goes further than that, then, I mean, it's the state government's responsibility and the federal government's responsibility, not councils. We can be there to facilitate and to help as best we can, and to try to find out, you know, what is the impediment here and why it is so high. But as far as putting more money into it ourselves, we're here to serve the whole community. So I can support it if that's the case.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. I think the word facilitator is important, but it is interesting that the other night when Councillor O'Shea, Councillor Von Hoffen and a couple of her children and I, with the opening of the switching on of the lights, had an opportunity to speak to the general manager of that major organisation over there, and they do have job opportunities in Grand Central that are not being picked up.
Everywhere.
Yet I hear from my PA this morning that her son Nick, who's a university student, is up in Stanthorpe doing particularly well, working hard and making a fair bit of money. So the opportunity's there, and
there's jobs
probably
everywhere.
There'll be a retraction from these support mechanisms, which will bring a few people to the table. Councillor Shine.
Thank you, Mayor. Just in relation to the comments that have been made, this morning we had the benefit of welcoming our new federal member with the expectation that he will make representations on our behalf to the federal government. And we look forward with optimism to his endeavours being acceded to. Recently we missed the opportunity to have a voice in state government, and I think that we will run the risk of paying a penalty for not being noticed in George Street because of the lack of political representation in government in George Street, or 1 William Street as it is now. I think that's a salutary lesson for our community to take on board and to be remembered in the future.
I think that's a fairly political comment, and I don't think it's supposed to.
With respect, yours was equally as political as mine.
I mentioned both governments, Councillor Shine, and I didn't mention a single elected member. I mentioned both governments, and I think your comment's out of order.
Councillors, we might just leave those at this point in time. You two can have a chat later on. Anybody else wishing to speak? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Councillor O'Shea, for bringing this forward, and obviously good conversations with Councillor Von Hoff and Councillor McMahon at the Youth Advisory Committee meeting. I'm just wondering whether we are narrowing ourselves just with the A and B in number 2 and wondered if you consider adding a C, which is any other programs that may be available to assist in this, because there are other programs other than Skilling for Queensland and back to just so that it broadens it out. The other item that it may be worth considering is earlier today we voted to endorse the youth grant program, a new youth grant program. There's a round that opens now and closes in January and will be announced in February, as I understand it, according to the terms of reference and the policy. I wonder if this, as us as council, couldn't actually help boost exactly what you're trying to do here by suggesting as another item there that the youth grant program will look favourably in the December 2020 program for initiatives that focus on reducing youth unemployment on or before Youth Week 2021. And the reason I say that is because the youth grant program is quite broad, and if there's a chance that agencies could get together, and that's what we're trying to do, facilitate people getting together, this may be an opportunity for us to actually say, above that policy, that the assessment panel and this council will look more favourably on this occasion at this subject, just to help get some dollars for them to get together, because one of the arguments will be that all of these groups are strapped for cash themselves. They're largely looking at any grant possibility they can. So if they can come together and apply for a grant that could deliver a program during Youth Week, which may well be, like we've had in the past, a Jobs Expo or whatever it may be, then you've got a direct outcome of your motion today without just talking about it. So it would be one.
No problem to that.
As mover, I'm comfortable with that. The only thing I'd say is just change
around the room
C.
with that addition?
There's a misprint up there, Wendy, and C,
Yeah.
problems instead of programs.
Yeah,
Thanks, Carol. That would have made a fair difference to the meeting.
You happy enough with that?
Yeah.
And also, Mr Mayor, didn't Councillor McDonald, didn't you say initiatives rather than issues?
Yes, I think
in 4, Wendy, programs for initiatives that focus.
Initiatives,
Yeah.
That would be better than issues, yeah.
Well done. Any other questions around the room? Anyone else wishing to speak? Councillor O'Shea, you're comfortable with the content of the motion?
Yes, I am, Mr Mayor. If I can just for final clarity, possibly to you, CEO Mr Pigeon, that's the scope of that around that 4. There's no impediment as to why we can or can't do that. Like around the terms of reference or I wouldn't think so, but just as a.
Okay. When you're right, Brian, let me know. We'll.
2021 or 2020? No, Youth Week 2021. So the grant round opens this month. Sorry?
December 2020.
Yeah, December 20. That's now.
Yeah.
So the grant round opens now, closes in January, and it's announced in February for Youth Week, which is in April.
Okay, so that
Gee, I
date's
have to be
right.
quick. Not much room, time.
That's okay.
Yeah, so the grant opens December 16, basically. It's December 16 through till 13th of January.
You're comfortable, Councillor O'Shea?
Yes, I am. Thanks, CEO, for that clarification. I am, and I thank council for their interest in it. I think a couple of key points to raise again. It is around facilitating. I mean, I think this is the role that we can play as local government, and as I said, I think there's good opportunity that there'd be some couple of people connected through the Youth Advisory Committee that probably would be well placed, I think, to come in as a deputation, probably to give us a bit of a lay of the land of what the situation is out there, what they're dealing with every single day, and then from there, whether we move to workshop, whether we move to look at what we do internally, that's entirely up to council. But I think this sets a direction of where TRC sits on trying to be a part of the solution, which, as we said, is a number that I'm sure we all would wholeheartedly agree is very, very concerning when you consider what payments are going to end come March, and you've got a whole group of school leavers that are leaving, and to see an increase at 10.6% in 12 months is quite alarming.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comments around the room? If not, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Those in favour again? It's carried without dissent. Move then to item 14.2. Councillor Shine, proposed further extension to the water tank rebate scheme.
Yeah,
would someone like to move, please, that this matter be brought before council? I'd imagine Councillor Shine.
Yes.
Happy to move that. Councillor McDonald has seconded. Those in favour? Right. Councillor Shine.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council approve a $50,000 water tank rebate scheme that provides a rebate of $300 for a 5,000 litre tank and $500 for a 10,000 litre tank per eligible property for the period 1st of July 2020 to the 30th of June 2021 to retrofit water tanks of at least 5,000 litres capacity to existing houses and commercial properties that are connected to a council reticulated water supply network, and B, allows the property owner to elect whether or not the tank is plumbed into the property for the household use. 2, that council approve a budget allocation of $50,000 to fund the water tank rebate scheme, and this be reflected in 2020-21 budget review 2. 3, that council actively promote and market this initiative to maximise uptake.
Is there a seconder? Councillor McMahon. Councillor Shine.
Thank you. Just briefly, we are all aware of the success of these predecessors to this scheme of recent times. The extension of the scheme until the 30th of June next year will, I'm sure, encourage further participation and reduce demand on councils' reticulated water supply networks.
Thank you. Any other comments around the room? Councillor Summerfield.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. It makes me think that we should have kept that $1 million we had in there set aside in the budget in the first place, because it's wonderful, the uptake by residents for these water tanks, and it's obviously been something that they've been wanting, and given that it hasn't been jolly well raining till now, I must admit I'm pleased mine's full. I'm sure everybody else's rainwater tanks are full, which is fantastic. You must have a very big one, Councillor Carroll.
We've got 15 mils of rain since the rain started, Councillor Summerfield.
Oh dear, I've had 50, so I'm pretty excited. But look, I think it's fantastic, and I would not be surprised if we're not back here with a similar resolution in about March. So I'm really happy to support this. It's great. It was only last month that we said 30, and now we're up to increasing it again by another 50. So I'm really happy to support it.
Is there anyone wishing to speak against the motion? If not, I think you don't need to sum up, do you?
No, just to
I've got a feeling it's all right.
Council currently has 25 applications on the waiting list, which could take us up to approximately $13,000 without any promotion of any extension to the scheme.
Okay. I'll close the debate. Those in favour? It's carried. Councillor Von Hoff, you seek permission of council to speak about the environmental
impact study
in regard to the Nathan Dam.
That's correct.
Would you like to move that we
Can I
discuss?
move? If I can move,
Councillor
sure.
Von Hoff has moved. The matter be discussed, be brought forward for discussion. Councillor Summerfield has seconded that. Those in favour? Councillor Von Hoff.
Okay, thank you. So, councillors, the motion is that Toowoomba Regional Council, through the Mayor, by January 11, 2021, writes to Sunwater, proponent for Nathan Dam and Pipelines project, to request that consideration be given to extending the project's current approved environmental impact study, the EIS, And councillors will remember that this came up in the Water Vision information session that we held about a month ago. And at the time, I leaned over to Damien and I said, do we need a motion for this or will you just do it? And he said either or, so here we are. So how would this work is we'd write to Sunwater. Sunwater then writes to the minister then relays that to his department and they consider it and decide whether or not they're going to grant that extension of the EIS. But, you know, to be frank, in its current form, it's not all that useful to us, the EIS, because it's geared towards mining. But the idea is that it's better and easier to salvage something that is current rather than trying to start from scratch with an EIS that's been lapsed, because the last time that this went through the whole process, it took 5 years from the date of public release for comment through to ministerial approval, and those timelines are something that I think we'd probably all be pretty happy to avoid if we possibly could.
Okay, well, if council is positive about this, I'll certainly be writing that letter tomorrow. I am expecting to receive a phone call from Minister Glenn Butcher, who some of us have met and who's now the Water Minister, and I'll certainly be taking that matter up with him. I looked at my phone then and it's tomorrow morning sometime. Councillor Carl?
Yeah, question through you, Mr Chair. I'd be interested to hear the General Manager's views or comments about this in the context of our water visioning and strategy and deliberations. I wonder if he wouldn't mind giving a comment on it.
Thanks, Damien.
Mr Mayor, good afternoon again, councillors. Councillor Von Hoff and I had a quick discussion on Monday morning in our normal catch-up that we have every week, and I thought that this may well be the best place through the Water Alliance, Mr Mayor, as an approach. Certainly, it is easier to get a dam done with part of an environmental impact assessment already done, even if it's not on the same pipeline easements. So Councillor Von Hoff is correct. It helps if something is kept on foot, Mr Mayor, that assists. It's not imminently going to, in my understanding is it's not imminently going to lapse in the next weeks, and opportunistically I believe Councillor Von Hoff has opportunities with, or the CEO of Sunwater has some opportunities with the Minister, as you will too, sir. I wondered whether, my thoughts are that whether or not it's best marshalled through an alliance of potential customers, but certainly I'm not against a coalition of willing councils that would like to pursue what is in reality potentially a good dam site with quite good volumes, and it doesn't impact the Murray-Darling, which is really in its favour there. Mr Mayor, that's sort of my general thoughts, sir.
Any questions, Councillor Carl? No?
So, subsequent question, if I may, to you, Chair. I'm just wondering, taking on board the GM's comments about a collective view to approach through Sunwater, would it not be hold more weight if you were to garner the opinion of the Water Alliance group first, and then, and I gather you could probably do that in a short amount of time, to be able to write on behalf of the Water Alliance group?
Yeah, I think, Councillor Carl, what's in my mind at the moment, I'll couch it in terms of this resolution coming to the Toowoomba Regional Council. I'll get a letter, I'll propose a letter and send it out to my colleagues. I'm sure they won't have any problems at all with it. It is one of many options. The issues, I think, for many of my colleagues are that this water has been sort of pushed towards mining and a few other things, and there'll have to be some fairly solid changes in that attitude to bring it this way. You know, it's certainly one of the options that are on the table. It needs to remain on the table, and I don't think I'm going to have any problems at all just doing a letter tomorrow morning as soon as I can, getting it out to my colleagues, and I'll certainly, tomorrow morning when the phone call comes from Glenn Butcher, it will be front and centre, apart from the fact that we'd like him to give us some money.
So I mean specifically, it's penned under the hand of, I understand you're the chair of the group?
There's absolutely nothing terribly formal being done. It's the advice I've been receiving, external advice I've been receiving is we need to formalise that group to actually get a group, a legal entity.
So I guess until such times that it can't come out under a Water Alliance letterhead.
I think I could have the support of a number of mayors.
Yeah.
You know, particularly Western Downs, Southern Downs, Gundawindi. They'd be quite happy to support that as potentially part of the long-term solution.
So maybe a letter from those respective mayors as well.
Yeah, we'll work it out tomorrow, and I think it'll certainly be on the table, and I think the opportunity to speak to Glenn Butcher tomorrow morning will be a helpful moment for me. Any other questions? Councillor Shine?
Yeah, just in relation to that, I'm just wondering about our credibility in raising that with the Minister. From reading the Water Vision report, it would appear that water, at least to Toowoomba, I take it, would be between $8,000 and $10,000 per megalitre, far more expensive than almost all of the other options. I think I read that the proposition, though, is that the Nathan pipeline might go to Warra in Western rather than to Toowoomba. And so I would have thought that perhaps the Alliance or Western Downs would be appropriate ones to ask rather than Toowoomba.
I'll certainly be talking to Mayor McVeigh tonight, and we'll work through it. And I think the important thing is we do what the intent of this resolution is. We put it on the agenda with the government and those that are leading, you know, the Nathan Dam challenge. I think that'll be done very quickly. Now, I've taken, don't know whether you seconded this one either, Councillor Summerfield, but you're down on the table seconding it.
Okay.
Any other questions around the room? I think this is a logical thing to do. Not, unless you wish to sum up, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Carried. Councillors, we then move to... Would someone like to move the closing of the meeting to the public, please? Councillor Von Hoff and Councillor Taylor. Those in favour? Thumbs up when you're ready. We're ready to go. Right, we move to item 16, sorry. Chief Executive Officer's monthly report. Someone like to move its receipt, please?
Happy to move.
Councillor Tim and Councillor McDonald. Those in favour? That's carried. Move then to item 17, which is the partial dedication of council land as road reserve at Highfields. Someone, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, has moved. Seconder, please. Councillor Shine. Those in favour? It's carried. Item 8.3 from the Infrastructure Committee report. Item number 6, Inland Rail Project Gary Junction Business Case Northern Connectivity.
You're happy to move
Someone
that.
like to move the receipt? Councillor Carroll, Councillor Von Hoff. Yeah. Those in favour? That's carried. Well, councillors, I was going to actually sum up a little bit on the year and tell you a little bit about, how proud we ought to be part of this council, but I'll abbreviate it to just a couple of minutes.
That'd be good.
I think it's been a most interesting year, of course. We've no one would have dreamt that we'd be challenged by the things we've been challenged by. But I'm very proud of the fact that we've handled it well. Our COVID response was great. We've communicated that well with the community, and I think you'd find that this council is going along pretty well. I just want to thank each and every one of you for the work that you've done, the dedication, but I also want to talk about our senior staff, and there's no doubt that those of us who were around here in 2012 will remember a very different culture and a very different relationship between council and staff. And of course we had to make some pretty tough decisions to sort that out, and that was done. But what I do want to say is I want to thank Brian, and Brian and I have a good working relationship. I'm very happy with it. I'm also thankful for the GMs and the work that they do. We know only too well that they're very dedicated to their task, and we employ them because of their expertise. And I think in the new year, I'm hoping, in my discussions with some of the general managers, I think we ought to try and build a better working relationship with our GMs that's based on mutual respect, because I think in recent times I've had some conversations with a few of our GMs who just feel a little bit as if their views are not well accepted. But in saying all of that, we've got so much to be proud of. There was an election, of course, and we had 4 retirees. But the interesting thing about this council was that every standing member was re-elected. And I think that tells a story about the community's confidence in this council. I thank Councillor Glasheen, Councillor Tate, Councillor Ramia and Councillor Williams for their dedication and their service. And there's barely a day goes past that we don't think of some of the things that they brought to the table. And I hope that happens about us in the future. So thank you all very much for what you've done. This was going to be very long and very complete, and I've... be quiet, McDonald. He's been giving me a hard time about this. But look, we ought to be very proud of the fact that we have been chosen to represent, probably, in my view, and it's slightly biased, one of the greater communities, regional communities in Australia. It's our job, it's our privilege, and we've been very blessed to not only live here but to be part of it. So thank you, have a wonderful Christmas. Tomorrow you'll get a choice of red or white wine from my office. I would like you to answer. In a couple of years in the past I've certainly given the wrong colour to the wrong person. I'd like you to answer that, and anyone who doesn't want wine, I'll find an alternative. But please don't send me anything back, because that's not the plan. I, as Mayor, am privileged to work with you, and privileged to work with our senior staff, privileged to work with the whole group, actually. And when you stop and think, at any time in a day, whether it's turning a water tap on or doing some very simple thing, have a think of the work that there is behind the scenes by those people who are so dedicated to what we do. So with that, councillors, thank you very much. We will declare the meeting closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
I didn't give a chance, Councillor.
I thought you were going to retire.
I never heard that,
That
but
sounded like a retirement speech.